You're home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
Yes. We have made it to Friday. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. And the thing that we didn't want to happen, but maybe thought was going to happen and could happen and shouldn't happen, but probably would happen, did happen last night. And not only did the Kings lose to the Golden State Warriors, they got destroyed. And it was pretty embarrassing, from Steph Curry scoring an anemic 11 points, but getting the 4,000 threes, to him also making fun of the Kings defense to the point where he pointed where Keegan Murray should have been, or where somebody should have been, with a Jonathan Kuminga back cut. And by the way, the Jonathan Kuminga thing, yeah, he looked pretty darn good. That was not a problem. It turns out the Kings are very good against athletic wings on top of teams that can shoot threes. And the Warriors shot the three at a 56.4% clip. And it was disheartening. And that's probably putting it lightly. Jimmy Butler had 6 points. And like I said, Steph Curry had 11. And the same kind of defense we've seen from the Kings before, where it's let everybody else beat us. Jonas Valanciunas, not to pick on him, but I know that Draymond shoots like he has a backpack on and it doesn't really look like it's going in. But that very first play that the Warriors had the basketball, the very first play, if you go back and watch that play during a break, Jonas Valanciunas is set to go out. And look, he's a showman, and I appreciate that. Is set to go out to defend Draymond Green at the three-point line in the corner, which is the easiest three, and they were giving up a bunch of corner threes all day long. Jonas Valanciunas gives the slightest little hand wave as if to say, I'm not bothering to guard Draymond Green out there. Now, there's certain players that will crack them, right? That will break them. Draymond Green is not one of them. And look, that guy who got surgery on his pinky, the mad De'Aaron Fox, that's the joke I always had. You make a lot of these players mad, and they play much better. And Draymond Green took that personally to the tune of 23 points. And we can sit here and say, oh, well, if Draymond's going to score 20, we've done that before. Oh, well, if Josh Hart's going to, we continue to do this. There is an inherent problem with this Kings team and with the makeup of the roster. There's no other way to put it. We can talk about starting Keon Ellis and whether that gets you to the 8 seed or not. I honestly don't think it does. You might be starting Keon Ellis at this point to hold on to the 9 seed. How about that? And nothing has changed from yesterday. I think especially when you do a show every day and there are a lot of thoughts coming at you, a lot of people in general, and specifically in this type of industry, get accused of flip-flopping and changing how they feel based on game to game. Well, you have to react game to game, and that's what's going to happen. But going into this week, I would say we've kind of been on the train of, hey, this team is going to be a 9 seed. And at this point, 10 is possible the way things are going. And let's just hope that they're able to figure it out on the way. And I don't feel any differently about that than I did yesterday. It would have been nice to beat the Warriors, and I guess there would have been a glimmer of hope for the 8 seed, but this really doesn't kick off things the right way. Now, look, I said yesterday that they're not winning both these games between today and yesterday with the Suns and the Warriors. So it's very possible they beat the Suns tonight and get back on track. To me, it's less about the physical nature of the game and the X's and O's, and more about where are they mentally. Something that I've been seeing floating around kind of Kings fan spaces is that Clippers game may have just broken them. And that is what it feels like right now. The Nuggets game, that was one thing. A lot of people were talking about the fouls, things like that, and it's the Nuggets. But the Clippers game, someone right in your area, someone that is hindering your ability to get to that 8 seed, losing that Clipper game when you had no business losing that game, that very well may have broken this Kings team. A Kings team that didn't really have that high of a ceiling anyway, if we're being honest. And we're at the point now where everyone is upset. The expectations going into the season weren't even that high, and you're still not going to be close. The only reason I'm going to put blame on the players is because whenever you get paid millions of dollars, you're going to be expected to perform. But these circumstances were never, ever conducive to winning, right? We can all agree about that. But where I put blame on the players is there is no excuse for the lack of effort that we've been seeing. Like I said, my wife made a beautiful, beautiful dinner last night. We were all hyped up for the game, and I almost lost it watching that play where the Kings had some bad luck, and they threw the ball around. The Warriors did. It almost went out of bounds, and it ended up being good luck for the Warriors. Jonathan Kuminga got downhill as he did time and time again. They get a layup on that play. Very next play, Zach LaVine gets caught on Moody Island. Zach LaVine, I think the ball was going to be out on, I think it was Buddy Hield Island. And both of those guys were around. Zach LaVine kicks the ball. He thinks it's about to go out of bounds, and Buddy Hield, as Zach LaVine, $45 million a year, too cool for school to run after the basketball. Buddy Hield hustles to the ball, gets it, the Warriors get a bucket. That type of stuff is not on Vivek Ranadive, is not on Monty McNair, is not on Wes Wilcox, and is not on Doug Christie. So we can separate some of this stuff to where, yes, you have been put in a tough spot. But damn it, there comes a time and place where you need to have some pride. And nobody can teach you that pride. You know, you don't want to hustle and dive on the ground when you're the highest paid player on the team. And I'm not picking on Zach LaVine. He only took 6 shots, by the way. So maybe I'd be more willing to excuse this if he had gone off for 40. Because I'm that type of guy. I'll front run. I don't care. But you've taken 6 shots. At that time, it probably wasn't even 6. You play soccer with the basketball as if you're Ronaldinho, and you get out-hustled by Buddy Hield because you think the ball is going out of bounds. That play, to me, made me ask the question, where is this team? You have guys throwing up their hands on defense, okay? Nobody knows where they're supposed to be. It honestly looked like amateur hour. And look, if you are a Kings fan, that play-in, you can look at this a couple ways last season. You can look at this and say, oh, man, we victory lapped and look at us now. I don't even look at it like that. Kings fans have been through enough. I'm glad you enjoyed that play-in last season. I'm glad that there were nights happening on the court because you never know what's going to happen next with this team, with this organization. So enjoy whatever tiny victories you can. Last night actually made me feel better about how Kings fans acted after the play-in. Because that could be the hype. That could. You got the T-shirts. It's a play-in game. It was rocking in there. This is where we're at. And y'all know I don't like to pull punches, but I also don't want to take things too far. But ultimately, the issue with this Kings organization is pretty simple. They try to cut corners. We all have friends that, when you played a different sport, hey, we're supposed to do 10 push-ups, but I'm good after 8, right? In class, hey, well, I don't feel like reading that book, so I'm going to go to SparkNotes. I'm going to Google it. I'm going to let AI tell me. That's what this Kings team tried to do. They tried to cut corners. This stuff takes time. It takes patience. It takes understanding. Now, everything is relative, right? But how many years, again, relatively speaking, how many years did the Celtics get beat up time and time again? Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown, it's not going to work. It's not going to work. Blow it up. Separate them. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. They said, you know what? We think it can work. We just have to figure out some different things. And ultimately it did. I know, relatively speaking. The Milwaukee Bucks, over and over again, Giannis became the best player in the world. Over and over again. Not going to work. Got to blow it. Is Giannis going to go somewhere else? Takes patience. The Warriors. It's a jump shooting team. Monte Ellis, can't move off of him. This kid, Steph Curry, bad ankles. How long is he going to play? He turns 37 today, by the way. It's not going to work. It's not going to work. Now let's look at the teams that have tried to cut corners and how things have turned out for them. Both big three iterations of the Nets, the first iteration with Kevin Garnett and the crew, that didn't work. The second iteration with Kyrie, James Harden, Kevin Durant, that didn't work. The Suns, who, by the way, still, and these are bigger names than what the Sacramento Kings have ever cooked up. That's why it's all relatively speaking. Don't get me wrong. The Suns tried to cut corners. Now, they initially did do it the right way. They get to the finals, lose to those same Milwaukee Bucks, and then they get a taste of it, and they move away from the process, right? Now it's time to cut corners. Give me Kevin Durant. Oh, well, nobody wants Bradley Beal. One of the worst contracts, probably the only contract off the top of my head that is viewed as worse than Zach LaVine and has been viewed as worse than Zach LaVine. Yeah, but maybe we could get him for a little bit here, and we got a big three. We want to keep this thing going. Suns in 4. Tried to cut corners. Look where they're at now. Actually worse than the Sacramento Kings. Who knows what's going to happen tonight, though? The Los Angeles Clippers. Lob City did it the right way. Didn't get there. Did it the right way. Blake Griffin, CP3, the crew. We know there were some issues there off the basketball court, to put it lightly.
They also had some good luck in getting the number 1 pick that became Blake Griffin.
It's all part of the process. It's all part of the process. What do they do next go round? They try to cut corners. Okay? They try to cut corners. We got Kawhi. We got Paul George. Steve Ballmer is doing funny dance moves. Isn't this great? Nothing to show for it. So if those teams who cut corners with actual legitimate Hall of Fame talent can't get it done, again, all relatively speaking, don't get me wrong, but a lot of them didn't even come close to what their goals were. If those teams weren't able to figure it out, duct taping and gorilla gluing a team together because you couldn't handle a 5-game losing streak. You couldn't handle someone saying, well, I think that we need to be better, and I don't even know that you can necessarily build around me. Let's go get a wing. Unable to take a second and to be frantic and to be hasty and to make rash decisions. I'm not saying to not move off of Mike Brown, period. And I'm not saying not to move off of Mike Brown at the end of the season, but to make rash decisions with no plan when your initial team, when they moved off of in Milwaukee last season, when they fired that coach, they had championship aspirations. David Black, championship aspirations. You're firing someone when you were slotted to be a 6 seed and lose in the second round. It doesn't matter whether I think it should have happened or not. The process has always been, we are going to cut corners. And if nothing else, at the end of this season, if nothing else, this should serve as a learning experience to this organization. The hope is that. That is the one positive we can take away. It's not about on the court anymore. I don't care if you go to the playoffs or not. What have you learned from this season? Everybody needs an exit interview. Everybody in the organization. What have you learned? Are you going to continue doing the same thing? Because we know what the definition of insanity is. On the other side, we break down the shellacking that happened last night as the Warriors just rained from three-point land, and the Kings did the same thing they did the last 2 games, which ultimately did not end in success. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Tonight, Kings and Suns. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to the A to Z savings event at AutoZone.
Yeah, happy to be here. Can I get some rotors?
Would you like brake pads with that?
How much are the brake pads?
Free with the rotors.
Free. Really?
Really, free.
Okay, I also need some oil.
Would you like an oil filter with that?
Yeah, how much is that?
Free with 5 quarts of oil.
Free? Really?
Really, free. It's part of the A to Z savings event.
You might as well call it A to free.
At AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
DeRozan now picks up Curry. Curry loses the ball. Diving for it is Monk, but it's saved by Moody. Here's Curry, right wing. There's the 4,000th of his career. Warrior fans coming to their feet. The lead is 9 for Golden State. Curry has just knocked down his second of the ball game, and he has 4,000 regular season threes. Zach LaVine says, I got a long way to go to catch him, but he just nailed a 3 for Sacramento.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Allen Stiles. Sacktown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m.
Allen Stiles.
Thank you. On a Friday, I defaulted to Allen Stiles because I was reading a text.
Allen Stiles.
Thank you. The text says, from the 916, I'm really sick and tired of being called a doomer just because I closely follow the NBA and I'm very aware of the dysfunction and incompetence at the top of this organization. Since when is calling a spade being a doomer? I had us at 39 wins before the season. Was I a doomer? Am I Nostradamus? Nope, just objective. Yeah, and 916, if I ever called you, I don't think I say doomer very often, but I understand if maybe you're not even talking about me. Maybe I read your text and, thought it was a little pessimistic. I will say this, how you go into a season, everyone can do that differently, right? You can go into the season wanting to be surprised. You can go into the season with certain expectations, right? And all of that kind of can turn into optimistic, pessimistic, realistic, wherever you want to slot it. At the beginning of the season, I think that any fan of a team that hasn't had a lot of success wants to believe that this will be the year. Some fans want to believe that. Some fans, like yourself, would rather protect themselves and more so default to what you've seen. When you go out and you get DeMar DeRozan, and when you have national media also bagging on you and the decision that you made, when it seems like the only time they talk about your team is in a negative light, yeah, it gets tiring, right? Could it have been easy to agree with them? Sure. And I'm not calling you any less of a fan or more of a fan for doing so. But specifically going into seasons, I do believe that most people would rather be optimistic. And I don't even know about most, but to your point, based on how your outlook has been received, yeah, I feel pretty comfortable saying most people want to believe that there's hope, right? And when, again, the hope isn't crazy, that is where I think the realistic takes can come off pessimistic. If everybody was running around, because I don't think there are a lot of unrealistic Kings fans out there. So if everybody was running around saying the Kings are going to win the championship, and you're sitting there saying they're going to have 39 wins, then that's a big gap, right? But if most people are running around saying all I want is a playoff series, and I just hope they get to the second round, and that is not even that crazy of a goal, and you don't even think they can do that, that is where I think some people will say, dang, man, I mean, come on, what do you think this is? Now, ultimately, you might be in the right direction, right? But I think that there is a difference between having extremely high expectations and someone not agreeing, and when your expectations aren't even that high and someone isn't agreeing, on top of the fact that you're not getting any I mean, there was some out there as far as national media is concerned, but there wasn't a ton of love going around when DeMar DeRozan chose Sacramento. So again, not to say you are any more of a fan or less of a fan. Everybody fans the way that they're going to fan. And if people called you doomer, it's mostly because going into a season, everybody wants to believe that their team's going to be better, right? That's how most people look at us. And most people look at this. This is the year that we're going to figure it out. Now there's there's levels of delusion, right? There's the Dallas Cowboys level, the New York Yankees level, the Los Angeles Lakers level, and the Kings fans aren't even there. So when I think it's, hey, we're not even really being that delusional, we think this is realistic, and someone says, I don't even think we're going to do that, after years and years and years of the same thing, that's why I think some people might not react too kindly to thoughts like that. And regardless of whether it's right or not, I came in here last season and I thought, hey, the Kings coming off a 3 seed, who's to say they can't get the 3 again? Now that's before OKC took that crazy jump, Minnesota took that crazy jump, and the Kings, some of them forgot how to shoot a basketball.
Dallas kind of turned their season around.
But at that point, we knew the Kings weren't. My prediction had been cooked at that point already. Going into this season, I think we all were on the same page. Hey, I mean, to be fair, I did see some crazy stuff, some very high win totals, but in general, I think most of it was pretty, hey, 6 seed, maybe 5th, and just get into the playoffs and see what happens. So that's why I think people maybe reacted the way that they did to others that were just and you just get tired of always stinking. Nobody wants to go into the season thinking they're going to stink.
Yeah, of course. And I remember at the start of the season, everyone was talking about there are 12 teams that are trying to win now in the Western Conference, and everyone was having a hard time parsing 6 through 11.
Yeah.
And so I kind of made the point, I mean, obviously I wasn't doing the show, but I kind of made the point, like, if everyone is saying 6 through 11 are all so close together, and then you're probably a play-in team, right?
Yeah.
Only one of those teams, 6 through 11, is going to get out of the play-in. And in fairness, I think this season has gone similar to the way some people thought in some ways and different in others, right? OKC and Denver still being good. Okay, we expected that. Not a lot of people had Memphis being a top 4 seed. Not a lot of people had.
There was a train. There was a hype train for Memphis. I personally was not on it.
Yes, a lot of people didn't have that. People didn't have New Orleans winning 15 games, right?
No, to be fair, yes. The Rockets getting in there messed things up a bit.
Yeah.
And honestly, I think the Lakers a little bit too.
Well, that's the one, which is nobody could have foreseen the Luka Doncic trade, right? No one thought that was going to happen. So, like, the way we've gotten here has been crazy, but I think to that texter's point, not necessarily that they were right about 39 wins, but that the play-in was a very likely outcome at the start of the season if you were of the like mindset that everyone 6 through 11 was all trying to win but not championship good. And I think what stinks for the Kings is that they've clearly gotten worse as the season has gone along, not just by the De'Aaron Fox trade, but also firing a coach and everything that's kind of happened in the in-between.
Well, and I would also say that as far as the Kings are concerned, you have a situation where they were in the play-in last season, so nobody wants to expect that it's going to happen again. And, fans just get tired of it being, why is it always my team, right? Why does Zach LaVine's shot roll out, but Kawhi's shot go in? So that kind of is a microcosm of how everyone, looks at their team time in and time out. On the other side, let's get into that Kings-Warriors reaction and what the heck happened last night in the Bay. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Suns. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
What makes you so different than the rest of us?
We ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Tell me more.
Our investment counselors focus on service over sales, prioritizing clients' needs.
How do you make money?
We don't sell any commission-based products. We have a simple management fee based on the value of our client's portfolio. So we do better when our clients do better.
What about client portfolios?
We get to know each client, their finances, family, health, lifestyle, and more, and then we tailor a portfolio based on their specific goals and needs.
Your clients really come first then, huh?
Yes, we make them a top priority. Our goal is helping them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Wow, maybe we are different.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
The Amish have a reputation for craftsmanship, determination, and quality. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. You know, those virtues sound quite similar to the Keys family and the day-to-day values on display at Naturewood. The Amish furniture craftsmanship begins with the finest hardwood, shaping and molding the raw materials into one-of-a-kind art. In addition to the classic styles long sought and revered by discriminating furniture lovers, Naturewood Home Furnishings offers a vast selection that includes transitional, modern, farmhouse, arts and crafts, and other stunning styles, all available in the ultimate Amish standard of excellence built over centuries. All Naturewood Amish furniture is on sale right now for a limited time. Let the Naturewood team guide you through their selection of Amish furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings, off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Sacktown Sports is bringing you the biggest live events in town. Whether you're rocking out or dancing the night away, check out the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. Crank it up with Steel Panther at Ace of Spades on March 15th. Then catch rising country star Alexandra Kay the next night, March 16th, also at Ace of Spades. On March 22nd, experience the magic of the Ronstadt Review featuring Jacinia at the Crest Theater. Then get ready for an epic night. Papa Roach and Rise Against take over Golden One Center March 29th. While comedy legends Jay Leno and Arsenio Hall bring the laughs to Hard Rock Live Sacramento on that same night. And for country fans, Lee Brice and Walker Hayes hit Ironstone Amphitheater on June 21st. And Parker McCullum takes the stage August 16th at the Ironstone Amphitheater up in Murphys, California. Don't miss out. Find more info and score your chance to win tickets at SacktownSports.com. The Sacktown Sports Live Events Calendar. Your ticket to the best seat in the house.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's your boy Drapes, Kyle Draper. As the proud sponsor of the Sacramento Kings Mop Crew, Alsco Uniforms offers certified hygienically clean lab coats, scrubs, bed linens, towels, floor mats, and an array of mops tailored for your healthcare facility. Our services include convenient delivery to your doorstep. Leading the way in healthcare laundry services in Northern California, discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Go to alsco.com to learn more. Again, that's alsco.com.
The horn sounds to end it. Final score, 130-104. Warriors have won 6 consecutive and 11 of their last 12. They've improved their record to 38-28. The Kings now just a game over 500 at 33-32. The road record has been evened at 17-17. At the second night of a back-to-back with travel looms, as they'll take on the Phoenix Suns tomorrow night at 7 o'clock.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Is it still raining outside? I can't tell.
I can't either because I'm in a windowless room.
Okay. Well,
we'll have to check during the next break.
It'll stop raining at some point. The sun will come out for everyone, hopefully sooner rather than later.
I hate the snow.
Thank you.
I hate the rain and I hate the sleep. Man,
thank you, mailman from... Hey,
Hey,
Arnold. Whoa! I got to fire that up. one of these days.
One of these days, you'll introduce your daughter to the probably hasn't aged well television of your youth.
Honestly, some of those Nickelodeon cartoons, they stand the test of time. Cartoons can make it. 90s cartoons can make it. 90s movies, that's a tougher go. Tougher go.
You're saying that children's sensibilities have maintained relatively well over the years?
Yes. But if you're because was it Courage the Cowardly Dog? And that might have been early 2000s. But for some odd reason, I was watching Courage the Cowardly Dog a couple years back, and I thought, I'm still in. I'm still in on this. RIP to Cartoon Network. 916-339-1140. And it looked like a cartoon last night how poorly the Kings were playing. Jeff says, Allen, other teams have cracked the code on us, pressure the ball, and we can barely pass the ball to anyone else at the top of the key. Looks like a turnover on every pass. We get a shot, it's rushed. Meanwhile, the Warriors are swinging the ball around and getting wide open threes or wide open back cuts. This season is cooked. That's from Jeff. Yeah, I mean, and I've defended Malik Monk so much. You know he's my favorite player on the team, and I couldn't defend last night. I mean, they were just forcing the ball to Jonas Valanciunas. He did it multiple times. You had Zach LaVine do it a couple times. Look, apparently plays are being run. It doesn't look like it besides that play. I'm going to drive to the middle of the court, middle of the paint, and it's going to Jonas Valanciunas regardless of whether it makes sense or not. The other thing about this is the familiarity with these teams. They've played so much, so they've played so many times that, well, it doesn't look like the Kings know what the Warriors want to do, or they just refuse to accept what the Warriors are trying to do.
That's just an inability to defend.
Yes, they
what
know.
The Warriors are doing.
They just, if I were to face Randy Johnson in his prime or Paul Skeens right now, he could tell me the fastball's coming. It would help, but I don't know how much it would help me actually hit the baseball.
Which I don't think the Kings' defensive game plan was awful. It's just there was such an uphill battle. I mean, even yesterday, I said at the end of the show, I know it's for cowards, but run a zone. Just do it at some point. And they did some of it, and they doubled Steph, and Steph didn't have the production. But guess what? Draymond hit threes.
But Steph didn't have the production the last time they played. Anytime, right? Yeah. They take Steph out of it. It's about the others, and you go into that game knowing it's going to be on me. And don't get me wrong, Draymond dropping 23 is ridiculous. What did he have? Draymond 23. He had the same amount as DeMar DeRozan. Draymond dropping 23 on 4 of 7 from three-point land is crazy. Don't get me wrong. But when you go into a game knowing, and maybe Draymond knows this every game, who knows? All I know is that they've tried the same thing time and time again against the Warriors, and it hasn't worked. Even when they won, that was a close game, and Golden won when it was Steph and a bunch of two-way players. 916-339-1140. Let's go to AC. Let's go to Allen, wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Allen? Happy Friday. What you got for us?
Hey, Allen. I invited my high school buddy, who was a stud basketball player back in the day, over to watch the game, and he pointed out, well, they shot 57%. His name is Dan, by the way. Mm-hmm. Shout out to Dan. He said they shot 57%, in the first half from three. They possibly couldn't keep that up for the entire game. And as we just found out, it was 56% for the game, wasn't it?
Yep.
Three.
Yes, it was pretty bad.
And the sad part is, it looked like someone said the other day that, hey, isolation ball isn't bad. But I guarantee you, in the NBA, if you don't pass the ball and share the ball, everyone's going to focus on the player with the ball, and it's going to be a bad outcome. We look like a junior college team playing a pro team last night.
Yeah, honestly, thanks for the call, Allen. I just saw this, and this isn't even the same, but I just saw this because I believe the San Jose Giants, they're single A, but I just saw for the first time, I guess on this level, the San Jose Giants are playing the Oakland Ballers. So it'll be a single A team playing an independent ball team, which I'm sure has happened before in some capacity, but they're kind of selling it as a new Bay Area, Battle of the Bay type deal. So I think that's great, and I'm really happy for Oakland to get to experience that. And even that situation, I think that the Ballers being out there, they're going to get. I think that they could give San Jose Giants, single A team, some work, right? Give them some trouble. We'll actually see some teams. What was it? Grand Canyon. I think college teams will play some spring training teams in during spring training as they gear up for the season. That's what it looked like last night. No, I'm not even kidding. That it looked like a team that was still getting used to. You ever watch that Last Chance U with what is it? Eastern Los Angeles, ELAC. It looked like ELAC. They looked like ELAC last night. And I'm saying this as respectfully as possible. Nobody knew where to be. That play where Jimmy Butler is right there on the wing or on the elbow, and Draymond just sneaks into the middle of the lane. I just don't understand it. And I also posted, it was Steph and Kuminga on a screen. And this was with Keon and Keegan. So Kuminga sets the screen. Keon, I believe, goes over the screen, can't get to Steph in time. Keegan doesn't drop down. Nobody steps up until the very end. Jonas Valanciunas has to step up, ends up being a loony foul because Steph shovels it off. But I kept thinking to myself, why are there so? Let me slow this down. I didn't even watch the game live last night. I was pausing and stopping. I didn't even watch the game. There was no point.
Well, it seemed like you also watched Severance during the fourth quarter.
Well, yeah, I did. Once they took their guys out, yeah, I watched it. My wife is sitting there. It's 9:30. We get a little head start.
Sure.
So what? The game was trash.
Is this the second to last episode?
It is.
Okay.
And it was great. So what? You know, they stopped playing. If Zach LaVine isn't going to dive after loose balls, then I'm turning this thing off with 5 minutes left.
Look, I watched probably less than you did, but it is interesting. I saw you kind of stop and go back and break that down on Twitter. And I thought some of that was interesting because for the argument for the starting lineup conversation is the Kings need 2+ defenders on the court at any given time, right? They can't get away with the lineup where Malik is an average defender.
Yeah.
DeRozan, they hide. LaVine has had poor defensive numbers in the past. I haven't really looked at what he's done with Sacramento yet, but we're not really putting Zach LaVine on the best matchups at all. So,
there's no choice. I saw a clip of Jonathan Kuminga. It was so funny because they were just trying anything. And then the broadcast just continued to say, the Kings just keep getting smaller and smaller. And they come out at halftime with Trey Lyles at the 5. Then at one point, Keegan Murray was playing the 5, Keegan Murray guarded Steph Curry and Draymond Green, not off switches, as primary defender, all in the same game.
Yeah.
That is a disaster.
He literally guarded 1 through 5, which is funny to think about, but it's more so just the Kings don't have roster construction answers on defense because the people who are making the argument for starting Keon Ellis or making these tinkers are saying you always have to have 2+ defenders on the floor at any point for the Kings.
Yeah.
And the problem for the Kings is that I would argue they only have 3, maybe 4+ defenders on the entire team.
Yes.
And only, it's Keegan Murray, it's Keon Ellis, except we've been talking about Keon Ellis can't really guard anyone except 2s and a handful of non-ball handling 1s.
Yeah. And
then it's Jake LaRavia.
And I love Jake LaRavia. I really do. They did what I already knew that they were going to do, where Steph was being guarded by Keegan, and we'll get into Keegan's offense after. There's one thing about, we're just hoopers, we just hoop. And there's one thing that they just continue to ignore, which kills me. So I will get into that with Keegan and his offense as they are hiding 37-year-old bad-backed Steph Curry on Keegan Murray. And then defensively, Keegan's getting beat to the basket. He's getting beat to the basket as he's guarding Steph. And I'm thinking, I understand what you're saying, Kyle, because in that sense, who are you going to put on him? Honestly, the way that I've watched Keegan play, and Steph wasn't the problem last night, but I think because of that, I would put Malik on Steph. But I would because maybe Steph goes crazy. Are we to the point now? And I saw Julius Randle talk about, we've played the Warriors so many times and it's done. I think it's done now. Julius Randle was talking about Jokic, and it's very similar to the LeBron James thing, where it's, I'd rather Jokic go for 40 than 20, 10, and 10. That's kind of close to where I'm at. I feel like what Steph did 2 years ago in the Golden One Center has completely obliterated any realistic thought processes when it comes to guarding him, and they don't care. And the Warriors fans, media were just roasting because don't y'all want to try to guard somebody else? And no, Steph ruined our lives 2 years ago, and because of that, he will never score more than 20 again. We could lose every game, but he will not beat us, and that's literally what the defense looks like.
But it also, last night specifically, was, I feel like, a case of doing too much, right? You're asking Keegan to guard Steph and Draymond at various times in the game.
It's insanity.
But then you're also running zones, and then you're running small lineups. I think kind of impromptu, if you go back and watch. Like, I don't think they planned to come out with Trey Lyles starting the half at the 5.
Yeah.
It's just that they had such a great run at the end of the second quarter that they were like, hey, Doug, I think more so, we're going to ride the hot hand, man. Yeah. That's the thing we do. And so they came out with Trey Lyles, and they cut it to 4, and they were doing this and that. They found something that worked, but it was completely different than the game plan. I just think they were just throwing too many things at the wall to see what stuck. And I think all of this would have been alleviated if Draymond just misses 2 3-pointers.
Yeah,
right?
or one. Yeah, just miss the first one.
Yeah,
right?
I think when they went down 23-9, running the strategy that I thought was not a bad idea. You know, the double Steph, leave Draymond open.
It's what they've been doing, though.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, we're going to guard Jimmy Butler and all this stuff was not a bad idea. They just then started trying to throw too much at the wall once they got down by 14, that I think it was just too much.
But that's what I'm saying. The Warriors knew. They said it after they beat the brakes off them last time. We knew what they were going to run, right? This is the third time now with Doug where they've known we know what they're going to do defensively, so we're prepared for it. So, maybe Draymond goes into that game knowing I better be on top of it because I know that they're just not going to leave Steph. And again, there's a difference between wide open. I mean, Kyle, there was nobody in the same. They were COVID safe. There was nobody around them.
Yes, but the counterpunch to the counterpunch from Sacramento is, we're just not good enough, so we got to do this strategy.
That's true.
Unless my counterpunch idea yesterday is just run a zone. And they did a little bit of it, but not. I mean, again, they were just throwing so much at the wall; it was hard to keep track of.
And you're. I know it's just down the road, but you're on the road. People are, people are losing their minds. Steph gets 4,000. I'm not saying this stuff is easy, but again, at some point you got to have some pride here. We're way over time, and that's just kind of indicative of what happened last night. On the other side, let's get into Chrissy's Cuts. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
I need new rotors.
When you buy 2 Duralast rotors during our spring sale, you get Duralast brake pads free.
Free?
With the rotors.
Oh, that's great. What if I need extra stopping power?
You can upgrade to Duralast Gold pads for just $10.
So Duralast pads are free?
Yep.
And an upgrade is just $10?
That's right. Part of the spring sale at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Danzig live. With special guests Down, Aboth, and Cro-Mags. Saturday, March 22nd, 6 p.m. The venue at Thunder Valley. On sale now. For tickets, visit ThunderValleyResort.com. Don't miss Danzig.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Well, it's the Ram Truck Month sales event, and I know that means discounts.
Right now, you can save up to $17,500 off MSRP on new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4s. And we don't just have a few Rams. We have Northern California's biggest selection, with over 500 new Rams available.
It's a big city savings with the small town customer service.
Exactly. When you shop at Hoblet, you become part of the family. Plus, we don't just have big savings on Ram trucks. We have almost 200 vehicles at the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter and over 30 under $20,000.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$17,500 total net savings after $10,500 factor rebates and $7,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include $2,000 Chrysler Capital bonus cash. Must finance through Chrysler Capital. $1,500 National Conquest dealer cash. Must currently own or lease a Ford, Chevy, or GMC brand vehicle. And $500 on-the-job upfit. Must show $500 plus eligible upfit. 5 of this net savings. Sample VIN 684-262. See dealer for details.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140.
on Sacktown Sports.
Messing with my headphones. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports, taking up to 2 p.m. As we break down what happened last night against the Golden State Warriors. And I'll tell you what happened. The Kings, they got beat. They got beat badly. And they weren't ready to go. And, you know, you cannot continue to fight from behind time and time again. You're not built like that. And I know that's not their intention, but there is a level of, hey, let's come out and actually punch them in the mouth. The crazy thing, as we get into Christie's cuts, the crazy thing about the Kings last night is that they got open shots too. Malik Monk cannot shoot the basketball as a point guard. Right now, Malik Monk cannot shoot the basketball. There is too much going on, too much on his mind, too much he's trying to figure out, and it is affecting his ability to shoot the basketball. 3 for 13 from the field and 0 for 5 from 3, which would be one thing if he was playing a hell of a point guard, but he's not. He had 4 turnovers, and I guarantee you 3 of those turnovers were within the first 2 minutes. And Malik Monk is my favorite player on the Kings. We already talked about Zach LaVine. I mean, he was a minus 34. By the way, I know how this looks when teams lose. We know plus minus can be a little wonky. Zach LaVine is not only the only one in the minus 30s, he's the only one that is above a minus 20. The next highest plus minus is Jonas Valanciunas at minus 17. Zach LaVine was a minus 34. He turned the ball over 5 times. He took 6 shots. He had 3 assists. He was a complete non-factor, and if anything, he was a negative factor. DeMar DeRozan again, 0 for 2 from 3, 8 of 13 from the field. Hey, I mean, the Warriors are just laughing as they're moving the ball around all over the place. Okay. All right, DeMar, hey, go get into your office, DeMar. Go take that mid-range jump shot. You go do that, man. That's cool.
Yeah.
That stuff is cool, man.
If I remember correctly, during that like 6-minute run where the Kings like had a 20-5 stretch, it was Lyles, is it Monk, DeRozan, is it maybe Keon? I think it was Keon and can't remember if it was Valanciunas or who else was the other player. But yeah, I mean, the reason Zach's numbers are going to look that bad is on the plus-minus side specifically, he wasn't on the floor when the Kings went on their best run of the game and cut it to 4. And that's not indicative of like Zach should or shouldn't have been. That was just the run that they had, and good on them. I think thinking back, it was Keegan because that was when they had Lyles at the 5. So yeah, that's just how the cookie crumbles, and the numbers are going to look bad. But when you only take 6 shots and you end up as a minus 34, that's just a disorienting number to look at, because it's like, what were you doing?
What is it that you actually do here as we do a flashback Friday to Office Space? Keegan Murray couldn't shoot the basketball. He was 2 for 8. And the Keegan thing, I'm not getting on Keegan because we just talked about what he had to do. We can't expect Keegan to guard Steph Curry, anybody in a Warriors jersey, from Steph Curry to quite literally Draymond Green, and shoot the basketball. Not on a night like last night. 2 for 8 from 3, 2 for 10 from the field. We already talked about Jonas Valanciunas. There really wasn't much for him to do, right? So everybody was Quinn, and don't get me started on Quinn Post. So that's what the starters did. Trey Lyles, 11 off the bench. Jake LaRavia, 13 off the bench. I'm just thinking about this in my mind, and we still have to get to Christie's cuts. We'll do it on the other side. But speaking of Doug Christie, this is what I would do. You have, 17 games left? You have 17 games left. I would walk, because we're going to hear Matt George asked Doug Christie about the starting lineup, so you're not going to want to miss what Doug Christie had to say. And I know we banned that topic, but we're unbanning it simply because Doug Christie was asked about it. So we have to react to it. But if I'm Doug Christie, I walk into, and I know they're right there in Phoenix, so you can't walk into the office. I don't know if Monty and Wes and Vivek, I don't know if they're down there with them. I would either get on a phone with them, I would get on a Zoom, RIP to Skype. They fumbled the bag. Can't do Skype anymore. Or if they're with them, hey, I need to holler at you guys. And I would ask them a simple question. Do I have the power to do whatever I want with this lineup? Because at this point in time, I don't really give a damn about what DeMar DeRozan is doing next season. Because if he's gone, right? And Zach LaVine, you're no disrespect, you're stuck with him. All right? You're not moving off Zach LaVine. So whatever DeMar DeRozan is going to do is fine. If I'm Doug Christie, I would go to the powers that be and say yes or no in my 17. The rest of this tryout. That's what an interim coach is. A tryout. Sometimes it's not. In this perspective, it is. I would say, do I have the power? Because we know they don't always have that power. It's a very taboo thing. Do coaches have complete power of the lineup? There were some questions about last season, how much a team is paying a player. Do I have the power to do whatever I want with this lineup? Yes or no? Because if I do, then I'm going to do it. If I don't, then I should be evaluated accordingly. Because to me, I need more Jake LaRavia. And he's not a perfect player, don't get me wrong. But I need more Jake LaRavia. We've already talked about Keon Ellis. The situation, if something isn't working, you need to fix it. And it's so funny. I don't have people tagging me or texts coming in about the games that they almost won last week. Because it doesn't matter, because they lost. And now all they've done is continue to lose. So I really don't care about what happened last week and the foul calls here and the whatever there. You lost games, and it shows that you probably should have lost those games because you can't even bounce back a couple games later. You can't bounce back against the Knicks. We gave them a pass there, and you're not even, that's the thing. It's not even win or loss. I'd be throwing horseshoes. We said last night, the line was 7. You lost by 30. So to me, if I'm Doug, I walk in there, I call him, I say, hey, here's a Zoom link. Let's have a conversation. Can I do whatever I want with the lineup? And I don't even know if that fixes anything, Kyle.
Yeah.
But I need to know if I have to worry about anybody. It's not a DeMar DeRozan thing. It's just he's the elder statesman. We don't know what he wants to do moving forward. Where are we at with this? Because there is a political basketball way to go about this, as Chris Watkins put yesterday, and there is just a basketball way to go about this. And if I have a hot hand, and it's kind of how Doug kind of started out, right? There were times where Trey Lyles kind of rolling. Is DeMar DeRozan going to come back in the game? And he moved away from that. I think they started losing games, right, and injuries and things like that, but they've moved away from that. So do I, yes or no? Monty, let me holler at you. Yes or no? Do I have the power to do whatever I want with the lineup?
All right, I'll make 2 quick points before we go to break here. Number one, this goes back to the conversation we've been having about the starting lineup for about a month now, which is making a lineup change ignores the fundamental fact that the problem with the team is roster construction.
But we know that.
Yes.
We know that.
I just have to preface that to then make point 2. If the unanimous coach of the year did not have the autonomy to make whatever roster lineup changes he wanted, what are we going to give Doug Christie, the interim head coach, the chance to have that autonomy?
Yeah, but Doug is kind of their investment, their golden boy, if you will, and clearly they weren't really feeling Mike. When they stopped feeling Mike, was it Steph Curry 50 points? I don't know when they stopped feeling Mike, but they stopped feeling Mike, so I don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing that's so strange about it, is like none of it makes sense, but it all comes back to the fundamental flaw of roster construction, and if Doug Christie doesn't have the autonomy to do what he wants with the flawed roster, then he's just been set up to fail another time.
Yeah, and we don't necessarily know what Mike could and couldn't do. We don't know what Doug can and can't do, but they got to do something. Phone lines are open, 916-339-1140. Steven will get you on the other side. We also will hear from the man himself, interim head coach Doug Christie, with Christie's Cuts. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Suns. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Meanwhile at Xfinity. Okay, huddle up. Do you realize how many fans stream basketball? It's madness.
But real fans stream with Xfinity Internet.
Totally. We've engineered the fastest connection.
With reduced buffering and low lag.
'Cause making streaming better is what we do!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Can we let go now? It's really not a huddle with 2 people.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speed vary. Not guaranteed.
I'm embarrassed to talk about it.
How can I help my kid if I can't help myself?
I can't remember when I wasn't stressed.
I wasn't.
When you feel overwhelmed by your thoughts and emotions, it's okay to get help. You are not alone. CalHope is here for you with free, safe, and confidential mental health resources for youth, young adults, families, and you. Find support now at calhope.org.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-931-6677. That's 800-931-6677. 800-931-6677.
Hi, I'm Smokey Bear, and I made an assistant to help you out because only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, Assistant Smokey Bear, call me Papa Bear because I'm grilling up dinner. You get it?
Yes, good job.
So what should I do with all these coals?
Don't just toss them out. Put them in a metal container because those embers can start a wildfire.
I understand. The stakes are high.
Ha 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 ha.
Learn more at SmokeyBear.com.
Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to GoodRx.com/GLP. That's GoodRx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
Coach Doug Christie here for your truck headquarters, reminding you that every deal at Folsom Lake Ford is a slam dunk. Shop all your favorite models on sale now, including America's best-selling truck for over 47 years, Ford F-Series, plus a huge selection of Broncos, Bronco Sports, and all of Ford's award-winning SUVs at FolsomLakeFord.com. Listen, I know a great play when I see one, and if you want to save on a new Ford, you gotta drive the lane straight to Folsom Lake Ford in the Folsom Auto Mall. Right now, buy any new Ford with zero down on approval of credit. Save big with low interest financing, and Folsom Lake Ford always pays top dollar for your trade. So hurry to Folsom Lake Ford, a 6-time Triple Crown winner for sales and service excellence. That's why they're my trusted dealer, and they should be yours too. Tell them Coach Doug Christie sent you, or shop them online at FolsomLakeFord.com.
Your local sports leader in the 916.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento. KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. Sacktown Sports 1140.
Finds Santos, back to Draymond, looks for the cutter, give and go. Santos scores it. Well, the lights are dimming here at Chase Center in San Francisco. The Warriors are leading by 17 as Doug Christie calls another timeout.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
From the 916, the Kings are going to play their one playoff game and then exit. And it makes no difference if Domas is playing or not. They have no plans on how to beat the good teams unless that team is without one or two of their premium players. Yeah, that didn't even matter against the Knicks. They're 916. Just a complete embarrassment to our community. No defense or plan to win. This thing has gotten ugly, and nobody deserves that. And I know Sacramento doesn't deserve it. And we wanted to see this thing work out. You know, there was a little bit of hopium after the move was made for De'Aaron, or with De'Aaron getting moved out the paint. But of course there was. I don't blame fans for that. What else are you going to do? Right. And the crazy thing is, as far as the roster is concerned, and I think this is kind of a cautionary tale, or again, as I keep saying, a learning experience, right? You can have good players. You can have a team with a better roster than another team. But if that roster, one, doesn't make sense, and two, doesn't have the requisite time together, it's not going to be the best version of itself. Right? And if you look at it like this, Malik Monk is a better player than Tyus Jones, without a doubt. Would this team be better with Tyus Jones on the team than Malik Monk from a make sense point of view? You can make that argument. And I'm not trying to pick on Malik that much. We could do somebody else, right? Is DeMar DeRozan a better player than John Collins? I think so. Slightly different positions, but you get where I'm going. I think so. But would John Collins make more sense on this team than DeMar DeRozan? Probably.
I don't think John Collins is a good enough player.
That's your opinion, Kyle.
If I make it Michael Porter Jr., I think some people are saying it
you get my point.
Yes.
So you continue to trot out a team, which on paper is better than a decent amount of teams, roster-wise. But does it actually make sense? Number one, does it make sense? And number two, does it even does it even fit with the timeline that you have? And now can everyone just play the game? Now, Collins isn't the answer. Jesus, guys, don't you know what I mean? 916-339-1140. Let's go to Steven. Steven knows what I mean. What's up, Steven? What you got for us?
Good morning, boys.
Hey.
There was one play. I just want to get straight to it because you know how I roll.
Mm-hmm.
So there is one play that really kind of summarized the game for me where I literally turned it off, and then I went and hit Netflix and turned on a comedy special. Okay?
Hey, got to do it.
It was got to do it, man. About 5.5 minutes. I think it was 5:38 left in the fourth quarter.
Mm-hmm.
Things are down 98 to 113.
Were the starters still in? I might have already cooked it.
You might have already cooked it. I do apologize if I'm late to the party.
No.
Some of the things that you said.
No, I'm saying
let me cook though for a second.
No, I'm saying if the starters weren't in, I may have been watching Severance by then. But if the starters were still playing, then I was probably still watching.
Keegan was still in it.
Okay,
so,
then I was watching. Yes.
Okay, so it was. I believe Kuminga inbounded the ball to Moses Moody, which is just a killer. Like those two guys, come on now. Kuminga inbounds it to Moses. He moves down into the baseline corner, kicks it out back to Kuminga for the dunk.
Mm-hmm.
Now the thing that really kind of summarized it for me is Steph Curry is on the opposite baseline and being guarded by Keegan. Keegan looks like he made a business decision and did not want to defend Kuminga as he went up for the jam.
Mm-hmm.
You got Steph Curry after the play is over and they're transitioning. Steph Curry is literally looking at Keegan and pointing to the ground and telling him where he should be.
No, he got clowned. It was Steven, somebody on the Sac Chat said you didn't need to turn on Netflix because you were watching a comedy special. That's what you were watching, Steven.
That's great. Shout out Andrew Schultz. All right, boys. You guys have a good one, man. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Steven. 916-339-1140 if you want to be a part of the conversation. That was from Amid Rock on the Sac Chat. Yeah, it was a bit of a comedy last night. Yeah, and you know what? It was on all of the accounts. Just a terrible, terrible showing from the Kings. And this is tough, man. When things get rough, the conversations of whether or not you can change the voice in the locker room without changing the voice in the locker room, right? Doug Christie, very motivational, very positive, right? And how can you make your voice unique and give people the feeling that, hey, we're moving in the right direction, or we just got to do this and that, when everybody looks dejected? I'm sure of it. Everybody looks dejected. Kyle, it's time for Christie's Cuts.
You know, when you hold Steph to 11, game plan wise, you got people shooting the ball that you want to shoot the ball. Give Draymond credit early on, knock down a couple. Gary Payton knocks down a couple. Those are people that we want to shoot the basketball, and they made them. They're professionals, high level. Cut it to 6. Don't value the ball as much as we need to, and they're a good team. That's a game, though, in my opinion, that we can win. And unfortunately, we did not bring our A game tonight. I mean, those are the guys, like, you're gonna take something away from them, and we were taking Steph away. And those guys who knock those shots down, you're open for a reason. You know, like, we want to see if you can make those shots. Now, some of them were, we need an extra rotation, and I was flagrantly upset with our guys for not rotating an extra rotation, even if it's a shooter that we want to have the basketball and shooting the ball. But like I said, listen, Draymond is a Hall of Famer. You got to give him credit. He's going to knock down shots. And first of all, that he has the guts and the confidence to take those shots, whether they go in or not. Gary Payton comes in, knocks down some, Buddy finds his way. Like, those were the guys that you want to take it away from Steph. We did that. Those guys are shooting the basketball, and if they're shooting it like that, they're hard to beat. You know, really more than anything is stay present and watch what's in front of you. And as soon as this game is over, it's over. We have to flush this, and we have to squarely look at Phoenix and figure out a way to go get a W. They're not going to get any easier. These are high-level teams towards the end of the season, trying to find their way as far as rotations and flow and a lot of different things. So they're going to be playing. And we'll find a lot out about ourselves at the same time. So the next opponent is up. That is the Phoenix Suns. Be ready to roll in less than 24 hours. You know, talking to the TNT staff before the game, like Van Gundy was like, these are the things that, you know, a coach might get this in 5 years. Okay, like when you trade your player, you fire, you lose coaches, you bring in multiple players all of a sudden, then you got injuries and all. Like, this is something that I'm seeing in 70 days. So it's going to make me better. It's going to make them better. We're going to figure it out. We're not going to sit here and have excuses. This is a game, in my opinion, that we should have won. Even the New York game, as tough as it was, just the higher level of competition. Obviously, you guys know how I feel about the Denver game. And, yeah, I don't want to get myself in trouble. So it's difficult, but it's doable. So I'm here for that.
That was Doug Christie, even though some people are saying it kind of sounds like someone else. I mean, can we admit that you lose games, everyone kind of sounds similar, right? And you know where I'm going with this. But in losses, there's only so much you can say. And on the other side, we are going to break down something, and we separated this because this is a specific question that other people have been asking, and good on the person that asked this. We will give him his flowers on the other side as Doug Christie gets asked about the starting lineup. What does he have to say? Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Tonight, Kings and Suns. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our #1 priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Hi, I'm Justin Gingery from the law firm of Gingery, Hammer & Associates. When you have been injured by the fault of another, you will want advice you can trust. If you know an attorney you can trust, I hope you call that person. But if you don't, please call me. I promise I will be the attorney you can trust, along with my entire team. I have been helping accident survivors recover compensation for their injuries for 25 years, and we can help you. There is no charge for calling. If you have an injury, just call Gingery.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
11 o'clock hour number 2, taking up to 2 p.m. Kyle, you doing anything this weekend? Chilling?
This weekend is all about chilling. Fortunately for me, I've been working much of the last 12 days, so I am going to enjoy tomorrow doing absolutely nothing. No basketball, nothing.
No. Yeah, I mean, and I think as everyone is just drained, I do keep reminding myself on the drive in, oh, they play tonight too. And if I'm drained, again, I'm not getting paid millions of dollars, but if I'm drained, I can only imagine how the team feels right now.
Yeah, this weekend is recovery for all of us. It's been quite a 2-week stretch here.
I don't even know. I truly don't know what to expect tonight. I have no clue what to expect tonight. I don't know. Second half of back-to-back on the road, had to hop on the plane to head to Phoenix. I don't know. I mean, Phoenix, I'll tell you this much. Depending on how much Phoenix still cares about the season, assuming that they're licking their chops. They are licking their chops for tonight.
I mean, tonight is their chance, right, to get back in the game.
Let's not forget, strongest strength of schedule. This is one of their easy games. It is.
Relatively speaking, yes. Kings on a back-to-back after they've lost 4 of their last 5 games. However, they're not even beating like the easy games on their schedule at this point. This, we'll talk about it once we get to the Suns game preview, but like they are holding on by a thread right now. And if they lose this game, it might not be so much this is our chance to get back in the game. This is, if we lose tonight, that might be the proverbial nail in the coffin for Phoenix.
Right. And look, if we're looking at Phoenix's schedule, I can guarantee you Phoenix and Phoenix Media, we got a brother station out there. Maybe we'll get them on if we end up having to face each other. They're obviously looking at the Kings schedule thinking, hey, if we can get this one tonight, look at who the Kings have next, right? This is an opportunity. Now, they have a terrible schedule too, don't get me wrong, but we can at least be in the mix here as we, to not to overtake the Kings in the 9 seed, but we can get back into the conversation of the 10 seed.
So the Suns' next 4 games, I think they would look at as more favorable. It's Kings at home, Lakers without LeBron, Toronto, and Chicago. That's not terrible. Then they close the season with Cleveland, Milwaukee, Boston, Minnesota, Houston, Milwaukee again, all above 500 teams, Celtics, Knicks, Warriors, Thunder, 10 straight, all above 500 teams, Spurs, and then at Sacramento to close the season.
Again, I think that's far enough away that if they care, which I don't know what's going on in that locker room, they'll deal with that when they deal with that. We could get a good version of the Suns tonight before their spirit has been broken.
Oh, their spirit's already broken. It's just tonight, as I mentioned, could be the proverbial nail in the coffin. I believe the playoff predictor on Basketball Reference has the Suns at like a 1% chance to even get back into the play-in at this point. Like they are dead to rights, and I think their only path, because they don't play Dallas the rest of the season, so I think their only path realistically is they got to beat the Kings tonight
and
at the end of the season is really their only chance to get back into it.
916-339-1140 if they want to get into it. But you know, these guys are competitors. I have no clue. We're going to do prop talk, and obviously we'll look at the Vegas betting line. No clue what to expect. Let's get to TC, who wants to be part of the conversation. What's up, TC? What you got for us?
Allen, what's up, man?
Hey, how you doing, man?
I'm all right, man. Kind of frustrated with that win, but I mean, it is what it is, man. We're just gonna have to get in how we get in, bro, and then make some noise. Period. At this point. But what I'm talking about moving forward, what's in control? So we already know that Doug got the job, right? Doug, you already locked in, bro. We already know that with the men. Like we know you locked in. So at this point, Doug, right? You're not even really worried about your job, because you got it. Not saying it like that, but you got it locked in, DC. So right now, you need to just go talk to people, ruffle feathers. You're gonna have to do that. I don't know if that was a problem with Mike Brown, so that's why DC don't want to step on toes. I understand that, but you got to have a conversation with Monk and DeRozan. Somebody gonna have to come off the bench, bro, and Keon gonna have to start. I'm with you with the LaRavia minutes. He has to get more minutes, but DC, you gonna have a conversation, bro. Hey, Bob, one of y'all gonna have to go to the bench, and we gonna have to start this and move forward. I know y'all gonna be mad at me, but we gonna have to move forward, bro. Simple as that. That's your job, Doug. You're locked in, dude. Make the hard decision.
Thanks for the call, TC. And I'll say this. I think, we keep on saying Malik because Zach LaVine has been some version of a point guard. There was only one guy, by the way, that other point guard. If money wasn't a part of this, we'd be looking at this, I think, much differently, because there was only one guy who had more turnovers than Malik, and he definitely handled the ball less than Malik. That was Zach LaVine. Malik had 4, Zach LaVine had 5. So if money wasn't a part of this, I think we wouldn't be, because Zach LaVine can't, they've thrown, I guess, who do you like better on threes? Zach LaVine or Keon Ellis. I mean, it's pretty much the same thing to me.
You're saying guarding threes?
Yes. I'm just saying sometimes Zach LaVine will guard a three. He's bigger than Keon, but I would say I would rather have Keon on a three.
You're never going to have Zach LaVine guard a three that can actually hurt you, though, right? It's going to be like guarding Wiggins or like guarding, I don't know, guarding Rui Hachimura. Like, it's not going to be like you're guarding an actual player that can kill you.
Exactly. So I think if it wasn't for the money aspect of this, you could easily argue Zach LaVine to come off the bench. I know he can get on a heater, but I mean, my brothers and sisters, if he's taking 6 shots in a game that you really need down the road in a rivalry game, I think we should be looking at everybody, right? So it's, as TC says, Doug needs to have a conversation. I do think basketball politics is real, and you are paying someone $45 million, not the pocket watch. So that guy just probably isn't coming off the bench. And if I'm sitting DeMar DeRozan, it's not for Keon Ellis. If I'm sitting DeMar DeRozan, it's probably for Jake LaRavia. So, and that's not happening either. So that's why it all comes back to Malik Monk. Malik Monk also thinking, why me? Look, I'll say this as well, as much as it can sound like why me, going 3 for 13 and 0 for 5 from 3 with 4 turnovers doesn't help. It doesn't help to make the argument that a change shouldn't happen and you are the easiest change to make.
I guess, but I think before it comes back to Malik Monk, it comes back to that same point we've been talking about before, which is making a starting lineup change is like trying to fix a nail on a board on the Titanic, right? The larger issue is roster construction.
But Doug can't live like that, and he'd tell you that.
But why do we just assume, and I know the net ratings and everything else, why do we just assume that making a switch for defense is going to instinctively make them better?
I'm not assuming anything. They're just losing basketball games.
People are just asking for do something.
Yes. They're just getting their butts handed to them.
Which I think is the unfortunate part of, I'm not going to say selling at the trade deadline, but getting worse at the trade deadline, or constructing an interim beam team that essentially has 4 shooting guards in their 6 best players is just the larger issues of roster construction are not going to be fixed by actively making the starting lineup worse. Not only because of the possibility of alienating your stars, whether that's Malik or DeRozan, that's a factor, but there are other factors beyond just those players' feelings, right? There's the fact of what you are sacrificing on offense, the fact that you don't fix your ball handling issues. And by the way, as we talked about with the Denver game and beyond, when Zach was running the point, when Keon got into foul trouble, they were fine. Like, the offense wasn't terrible when you put Zach there, and that allowed for LaRavia to play closing minutes. There are other options in between just making the starting lineup change that may or may not, but it all comes back to that same issue of the roster construction just doesn't make sense.
A lot of people want to talk about Keegan Murray, and we are definitely going to do that on the other side. Let's hear from Doug Christie and what he had to say about the starting lineup. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda.
I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. Off to a wet start for this Friday. We'll see the steadiest rain impacting the morning commute along with some gusty winds. For the afternoon, we'll see on and off again showers, and those winds will die down. It's going to be cool with highs in the low 50s. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. Whether you purchase a new Honda or a like new pre-owned Honda, Elk Grove Honda has the right Honda at the right price. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Spring is in the air, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, huge spring savings for you today.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
We rely heavily on our HVAC systems during the cold valley winters and hot valley summers. That's why there are so many HVAC companies out there. So when you need a new system or a tune-up, where do you turn? I turned to Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating. Once our heater checked out, we checked in at leesair.com. The entire experience exceeded our high expectations. You want prompt service from people who know what they're doing, can save you money, and will treat you right? For your HVAC needs, Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating on the web at leesair.com. Ask about their $99 HVAC tune-up service. License number 635355.
If you've been looking for an SUV that combines luxury, comfort, and off-road capability, look no further than the most awarded SUV ever, the Jeep Grand Cherokee at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. With 470 foot-pounds of torque, a 6,000-pound towing capacity, great gas mileage, the 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee at Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram is the perfect SUV for all your needs. See for yourself why people are coming from all over to Sacramento Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Centrally located across from Hagen Oaks Golf Course, it's the place where a handshake still means something.
For a limited time at Verizon, you can get our best price ever. That's 4 lines on unlimited welcome for just $25 a line per month with autopay plus taxes and fees. You'll also get the new iPhone 16 Pro, 4 of them for the entire family when you trade in up to 4 phones from our top brands. That's a new phone for everyone, only on the network you can count on. Verizon. Visit a store today. 20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply for phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
No two people learn the exact same way. So how did Babbel become the award-winning language learning app? We thought of you, all of you. Take Sierra. As a visual learner, she uses Babbel's wordplay videos.
Hey, I'll share a quick lesson on shopping in French.
Merci beaucoup. Keith is a be in the room with real people kind of learner. So he loves the live online classes with our language experts.
Okay, class. ¿Vos está pronto? Estamos prontos.
However you learn, Babbel makes it easy. Try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Get ready, NorCal. The Lodi Beer Festival and State Barbecue Championship is back Saturday, April 26th at the Lodi Great Festival grounds. With craft beers from over 50 breweries, there will be something for everyone. Check out all the vendors, play some cornhole, and dance to the live band. Plus, watch over 30 barbecue teams battle it out for top prizes. Tickets are $40 in advance, $50 at the door, with exclusive VIP tickets available. Get yours now at greatfestival.com. Must be 21 and older to attend. Lodi Beer Fest, where great beer meets legendary barbecue.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave for my good friends at American Energy. It's cold, and American Energy wants you to stay warm and make sure your system's operating safely. Here's the deal. A $49 tune-up inspection, which is regularly $119. That's a full safety and duct inspection. But guess what? If your system's over 10 years old, the tune-up is on them. That's right. It's free. Give them a call right now. $50 off your first recommended repair. And if you need a new furnace, half off the price of a new unit. Oh, by the way, breaking news, they're hiring right now. Here's the deal. They'll train you, full benefits, generous incentive-based pay. Just call today for more details at 916-520-9990. That's 916-520-9990. Not only great deals from American Energy, but possibly a new career for you. Check them out at theaeway.com for an instant quote and tell them Carmichael Dave sent you.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Taking you up to 2 p.m. Let's, Kyle, get to the sound from Coach Doug Christie when he was asked by Matt George what he might do with the starting lineup. Here it is.
Is there any consideration at all to going back to what was working beforehand?
No, because we've won a lot of games with Malik in that position. I think that injuries and like when you guys look at it as like this present iteration of what happened. And what you got to understand is that before Domas got hurt, before Malik got hurt, they were starting to find their way as a unit. And once a guy gets hurt, you bring him back. You got to trust them. You got to let them find their game. And it's unfortunate that it's happening at this time. We're going to go the same thing if Domas plays tomorrow. He's going to play his minutes, and it's a possibility that he's rusty. It's a possibility that the flow is not there. Like, those are things that happen that are you can't necessarily control. But what you do have to do is you have to trust your guys. They've put in a lot of work. They deserve that opportunity, because when they are playing at a high level, it's beautiful to see.
That was Doug Christie. No, we're not going to make any. We're not going to make any changes. And I understand where he's coming from, as far as there's just not a lot of. There's not a lot of time, and the injuries really have given him, I don't want to say an excuse, but definitely a reason not to make a move, as we kind of talked about. Did this team healthy get enough time to make that move? Now, we had complaints before the injuries, right? That's the same team that beat some bad teams, but they actually never got a chance to play any good teams, because even the Rockets game, they didn't have that's when Domantas Sabonis went out. So I guess to Doug's point, hey, we've won more games than we lost against the teams that we played. And after that, as we started to play good teams at the same time, we weren't healthy. So the problem is the change that everybody wants to make, a lot of people feel is independent of the injuries, right? Malik Monk, even when the team was healthy, had some issues at the point guard position, wasn't scoring at the same clip. And that's really the main change that people have looked at. Doug bringing up Domantas Sabonis, nobody's going to question Domantas Sabonis starting or not. So that doesn't really, that's not going to move anything. But as far as the Malik Monk part of it, Doug's argument is that they were finding a flow, and then the injuries happened, so they haven't had enough time, and now everybody has to get back into the rhythm. A lot of people's argument is, yeah, but with only 17 games left and with the small sample size that we're going to have throughout the season, and you now not winning games, Malik for Keon Ellis is kind of independent of whether this team has had enough of rhythm together or not. It just feels like the fit isn't going to make sense if you give them however many more games. They might play better, but you don't have that time.
Yeah, and I would have loved to have asked Doug the follow-up question of what he meant by they were starting to find their flow.
I was thinking that too, because Malik went out. What game was that? It was at the Clipper game?
No, Malik.
The Nuggets game?
Malik got hurt in the...
No, they didn't have either of them for those games.
No, it was the Dallas game. It was when he got hurt and went back to the locker room and came back out, and then he missed the Denver game and he missed the San Antonio game.
Right, the last game they won.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I think the larger point, because he mentioned Malik and Sabonis after that, so let's just go back to when Sabonis got hurt, which was the Rockets game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, before that, we're talking about the 3 New Orleans games, the Dallas game that they won, and the Warriors game where they got blown out, and then Charlotte and Utah. So you're really only talking about 7 games, and
bad teams.
Yeah, and some bad teams and some bad losses. So if you look at that, this is why I would love to have asked him the follow-up question: is what tangibly was he seeing when he talked about them finding their flow?
Maybe it was in practice. And you're beating the teams you're supposed to beat. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
Really, it was just that Pelicans game.
But if you even want to take it a step further, is all we were talking about during those Pelicans games were, well, they've never had a chance to practice with each other. They're just running, figuring it out. So if you really want to take it post All-Star break, once they had 3 practices together, you're talking about the Warriors game, the Charlotte game, and the Utah game.
Forgot about that first Warriors game.
Yeah.
So anytime they have not the flow, and we're not trying to get too caught on semantics. Doug is getting asked questions all day long.
I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt because I don't know.
But there really was, the flow was you beat some terrible teams. That's the flow.
Yes, I'm asking questions. I'm I would have loved to ask him the question of what tangibly he's seeing from that flow-based offense. Brendan Nunez or Frankie Cardicelli, if you're listening, maybe please ask him at the next press conference. But I was just curious what that meant. Like, when we came back from the All-Star break and we were doing those grades, we all were like, we don't know how to evaluate Malik going forward. And the statistics were weird because it's like he was averaging the same amount of points, but his assists were up, but his shooting was down, but he wasn't taking more shots. Like, none of the stats made sense. And they only had 3 games together, essentially healthy after the All-Star break, to which I will say I'm willing to suspend and give benefit of the doubt, but it doesn't feel good when Malik does come back and they get crushed by 30 by the Knicks and crushed by 30 by the Warriors. And you look at it like, yeah, we're kind of trying to start integrating everyone back in, but then you have to pause again because Domantas Sabonis isn't playing. So it's all very complicated, and it's hard to rush to conclusions when, you know, they probably don't win either of the last 2 games because they only scored 104 points in both, but they're probably more competitive with their all-NBA center playing.
Yeah, the thing about this whole situation is Doug Christie recently said something to the effect of, even when De'Aaron was on the team, he thought that he viewed Malik as a leader. And when you say stuff like that, and when you know what Malik has kind of been through, the ups and downs of whether or not he's a starter, whatever the case is, and then De'Aaron leaves, the problem is there's what you thought when everything makes sense that, oh, well, De'Aaron left, Malik was a 6 man, and now De'Aaron's gone, so Malik is going to start now. That all changes when you decide to get Zach LaVine in return. That's the player you decided to get. So he's a very specific player to where now you have 3 guys that like to create their own shot. And Zach LaVine, he likes to create his own shot. He also likes to kind of work off ball too. So everything changes when you decide to go with Zach LaVine. And that then changed Malik's trajectory as a point guard and what is going to be expected of him. If you have, you know, certain guys that are good at certain things, but now you're asking them to do other things, then they're not as good anymore at the certain things when they were only focusing on those. That doesn't make much sense, and that can be a problem. You have a roster where Malik was given the keys, but was he given the keys because you signed somebody worth $45 million, and that person you're learning to play with, on top of the fact that you still have another guy who needs the basketball a lot. It's not really the addition of Zach LaVine. It's the addition of Zach LaVine on top of already having DeMar DeRozan. So when they decided to do that, that made things less obvious in terms of, okay, now Malik should, you know, obviously take over the point guard. That was all that they had, right? But that didn't necessarily serve as the best decision. Now, is Malik, and it's funny because when you decide to move off of De'Aaron, Malik is going to slot into the number 1, because if you did get a point guard, let's say they got somebody said, oh, they should have got Chris Paul back in it, right? Chris Paul is starting for the Spurs, but Chris Paul, it's just and that's why we're doing this breakdown, and we understand that it's whack-a-mole with this roster, because you could bring Chris Paul, Malik's your 2, but that defense might actually somehow be worse than Zach LaVine, because at least Zach LaVine has got some size on him. So,
right. And then the question becomes, who are you giving up? Right? Because you can't have Malik play the 2, Zach play the 2, and DeRozan play a de facto 2, all who thrive in isolation situations.
No, but even if you got, let's say they went with more of a Spurs-focused return, and one of those guys was Chris Paul, again, the sinking boat, okay, well, now we have a point guard, so Malik doesn't have to focus on point guard duties, but now the hole in the boat of your defense might actually somehow be larger than it is right now. So the whole thing, none of it, there was no way. And we were having some fun with people when I mentioned John Collins. Once you decided to move off of De'Aaron in a hastily way like you did, there was really no package that was realistic to keep this thing afloat. And to that end, you could make the argument, okay, let's just, when you look at drafts, do you get the best talent or do you look for fit? I think they decided to just go with talent, and I don't really blame them. I more so blame them for being in the situation in the first place.
But that's what this front office has done always, right? Drafting Tyrese Halliburton when you had De'Aaron Fox, drafting Devin Carter when you already had the guards, right? Bringing in DeMar DeRozan when you already had Malik Monk. And to a certain extent, Kevin Huerter, who was still starting at the time, right? They have always opted to go talent, and we'll figure out the other pieces later. And very often they have, to the best example of which being the Sabonis trade, and there's been other smaller examples in between, but
right.
that would stick to what their identity has been over the years. What I just think is a fascinating dichotomy is like, they were always going to get 70 cents on the dollar for De'Aaron Fox, and they chose the 70 cents on the dollar offer versus the possible 50 cents on the dollar offer they could have gotten in the offseason, right? We agree. That's what they got from the deal. They did not get equal value in the short term in return. But if they had gone with the Spurs-centric package and maybe gone with the draft picks, I still think you would have the 916s and the 209s and the 530s on the text line saying, even if Chris Paul were the point guard, why don't we start Keon Ellis over Malik Monk? That same conversation would probably still be having, but people would maybe have less of a problem with the short-term outlook of the roster because the Kings would have made a trade to prioritize the long-term.
On the other side, you want to talk Keegan Murray? Let's talk some Keegan Murray. Yes, he had a lot to deal with defensively, but not one post-up. Not one on Steph Curry, who missed some time with a bad back. Nothing? Is that on Keegan or is that on the coaching staff? Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Suns. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Everyone has a past, but what happens if you've made mistakes and made good on that past, but it keeps following you? Are you looking for an attorney to erase past records and restore your rights? Maybe even restore your gun rights? Do you need a reputable criminal defense attorney who knows even good people make bad mistakes? Well, the attorneys at Gonzalez Law Office are here to help. Find Gonzalez Law Office online at saclegaldefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187. We don't settle for less, and neither should you.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at folsomlakehonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney or if I look like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare without me being an attorney. And I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call, and you will not talk to an attorney. And I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-931-6677. That's 800-931-6677. 800-931-6677.
The Amish have a reputation for craftsmanship, determination, and quality. Hi, this is Frank LaRosa with a word about Naturewood Home Furnishings. You know, those virtues sound quite similar to the Keys family and the day-to-day values on display at Naturewood. The Amish furniture craftsmanship begins with the finest hardwood, shaping and molding the raw materials into one-of-a-kind art. In addition to the classic styles long sought and revered by discriminating furniture lovers, Naturewood Home Furnishings offers a vast selection that includes transitional, modern, farmhouse, arts and crafts, and other stunning styles, all available in the ultimate Amish standard of excellence built over centuries. All Naturewood Amish furniture is on sale right now for a limited time. Let the Naturewood team guide you through their selection of Amish furniture that will be with you forever. Naturewood Home Furnishings off Highway 50 at Hazel. Look for the water wheel.
Get ready for your chance to win $1 million by entering Sacktown Sports Bracket Challenge on Sunday, March 16th. Brought to you by Xfinity. Stream live sports from the best seat in the house.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
(916-339-1140). Text line is rolling. Call line has been rolling as well. 916 says, fellas, it's not who starts. Doug is going to have to make changes on the defense when guys don't close out three-point shooters. That's unacceptable. The Warriors were 22 of 39 from three. The Kings were just 14 of 37. Still didn't get the 53s, by the way. Uncontested wide open threes by the Warriors all night. And goes on to say Keegan did not have his stroke, which leads us into the conversation of Keegan Murray. And Keegan, to me, a lot of people, hey, why is Keegan getting a pass? Why is this? Why is that? To me, I'm not upset with how Keegan shot the basketball. Okay, because number one, there were times where we thought Keegan was a little bit too much like Harrison Barnes, where he just wouldn't even be shooting the basketball. Well, that's not the problem. He shot the basketball, it just didn't go in. He shot the basketball 10 times. He was 2 of 8 from three. A lot of three-pointers that just didn't go in. Keegan also had to guard Steph Curry. Keegan at one point was guarding Draymond Green. He was guarding everyone. My gripe with the Keegan Murray thing is, why is it that when DeMar DeRozan, and I know their bags are different, but what is the point of, and maybe this is why Monty doesn't like to draft big players, because nobody knows how to use them. But why do we run around talking about how Keegan Murray's got this great size on him, 6'8", used to post up back at Iowa and do all these things, but why, when Keegan has a height advantage or something like that, and this goes beyond Doug Christie, just historically, there's never been, and before DeMar DeRozan, but there's never been any emphasis on getting Keegan the basketball, right? Maybe you don't have to run doubles on Steph Curry all night if he's a little bit more tired from running through screens, from getting beat down in the post by Keegan Murray. Why is there no conversation there? The whole coaching staff now, yeah, we're hoopers, we vibe, we see we see something that makes sense and we go to it. Only when it's DeMar DeRozan. Keegan Murray, they hid Steph Curry, who again had back issues last night because the brother is 37 years old.
He had the Jay Crowder back thing.
He literally had the Jay Crowder back thing on, and not one clear out. I don't care if he misses it. Not one clear out for the post up. Not one play run besides obviously a screen at the top for a three, but nothing in the post. Nothing to try to just get Keegan going in the lane as he wasn't shooting the three ball well. Absolutely nothing. I don't understand that. And I don't know how much of that is on Keegan and how much is that on the coaching staff to say, hey, let's try to get Keegan going here. They have their best player, but worst defender on Keegan, who is not, if they tried to hide Steph on Malik, right, that size advantage is at least similar. I know that Malik can do things with the basketball more so than Keegan, but Keegan at 6'8", being guarded by 36-year-old, 6'3", Steph Curry, not even trying to tire him out, not even trying to run in through screens or anything like that, just absolutely nothing. I don't understand that. That is one thing that I don't understand. Keegan, you take threes, you miss threes. It is what it is. He's 2 for 8 from three-point land, 2 for 10 from the field. But why is a coaching staff, and like I said, I'm sitting on my couch. I'm the meme, right? Hey, sit down and eat your potato chips on the couch. That's what they say, right? If you haven't played professionally, whatever the case is. So I just want to know, what am I missing there, right? Maybe it's less about, hey, I'm not saying I'm seeing something that these coaches at the highest level of basketball aren't seeing. I just want to know what's the thought process there as to not one, right? Make them send a double. Keegan scores on Steph a couple times. Maybe they have to switch it. Okay, let's look at the starting lineup. If Keegan starts doing his thing, right, on Steph, they either have to bring help. So is that help brought from the center position? And now, hey, you can get the ball to Jonas Valanciunas. Is that help coming from whoever's guarding Malik Monk because he hadn't been able to shoot? Maybe Malik gets more open shots, or they switch it and they say, hey, we're going to get a bigger body on Keegan, and they try to hide Steph somewhere else, and now they do hide Steph on Malik Monk, right? But I don't know what I'm missing, and I know that these guys will forget more basketball than I will ever know, but I'm not understanding why there is, and it's not just last night. I've had this gripe every time when the Kings lost to the Spurs, when De'Aaron was still on the team. Kyle, they were hiding Chris Paul on Keegan. Chris Paul,
yeah,
who I don't think Chris Paul is actually 6 foot. Okay, and that because the State Farm guy's taller than him. But either way, they are hiding Chris Paul on Keegan, and not a play run, Kyle. Nothing, not a post up. I don't understand it.
So I'm struggling with that part of it. Like, you don't have to necessarily call a play to get someone involved in the offense, right? When they have Keegan out on the wing, I think there's more apt to be a rotation, right? There's going to be a screen, and they're going to switch and do something else. But it's specifically those Keegan is in the corner plays that I think are getting people out of sync a bit. And what's tough is that when you are playing that intense defense like that, and this is not just a Keegan thing, this is most great defenders in the league, where your offensive game ends up coming up short is your legs come out from under you. So, I remember Drew Holiday in that NBA Finals when it was the Bucks and the Suns. The Bucks made the choice at one point, we're going to sacrifice Drew on the offensive end of the floor so that he can just stick Chris Paul. He's going to take away Chris Paul. And I think one of those games, Drew was 2 for 10 shooting, similar to Keegan. And he had 5 threes that were on line and just hit front rim. Front rim, because your legs are coming out from under you. So I'm not saying it's a case where Keegan is tired and it's hard for him to post up and then on the literally the post switch. I'm quitting post, coming over and switching. When he kicks it out at that point, this goes back to the Doug 8-second shot clock, break up the shot clock into 3 8-second intervals. At what point in the shot clock are you when Keegan's getting it out? Because you're arguing that if they post up more regularly or call something for Keegan with the mismatch on Steph, that Keegan will just get to the rim and score.
Yeah.
But if that doesn't happen, what is the next turn? Maybe it's a kick out to Malik. Maybe it's this. But then you're asking Keegan to also facilitate the offense. I'm struggling with it just as much as you are also, because...
And now that I think about it, off the top of my head, historically, the Warriors have switched everything. Now, there was so much going on. I don't think the Warriors were running a zone, but just in general, getting Steph into action more. Yeah. See if you can get Steph off a switch on Zach LaVine to get him going, or DeRozan. In general, they are, again, going back to there's the offense, and obviously the Warriors clearly run offense. Then there's just this. Our game plan is to get Steph in action. The game plan was to not let Steph do anything offensively, and there's never been a focus to make Steph work defense. And I know Steph is an improved defender, don't get me wrong, but and he wasn't necessarily the problem, but maybe you worry about him a little bit less, which improves your defense if it's not, okay, all we're going to focus on is Steph, please don't drop 50 on us again.
And I know they're not all on the floor at the same time, but like it's not like Buddy Hield is this all-world defender either.
No.
It's not like Jimmy Butler is this all-world defender, although Jimmy Butler's a scappier defender.
Yes, Jimmy has, in his heyday, he was in the two-way conversation. Now he is not shut down, but he's not the first person you're picking on the Warriors. He's
roster. At the LeBron stage of his career where he can selectively defend.
Yes. If you make him defend all game, you're gonna. I trust me. I watched Kyrie. If you make him defend all game, you'll have some success. But he's gonna pick his Jimmy. They all pick their spots at this age. That's what they do.
Well, for the offensive guys, I think with Draymond, it's more interesting because they move him around, and he's never on one person. He's always at the center of whatever they're doing on defense. And I think it makes it easier when you're playing a traditional big on their team because then it's like it takes it away, which is why the Kings went to the small ball lineup coming out of the half. Is like if you force Quentin Post to actually have to guard one of those guys, that's the mismatch you're trying to take advantage of even more than Steph on Keegan or Steph on whoever else switching, is trying to just isolate Steph. I mean, we saw it with Jamal Murray, right? It's a similar example. If you can isolate onto Jamal Murray, that works, but what is it accomplishing? What shots are you getting from the mismatch? Are you still settling for the mid-range jumper, or is that mismatch getting you layups at the rim like super high percentage looks? The only reason to execute a mismatch like that is if you're getting an open spray three, a layup at the rim, or you're going to the free throw line. Those are the only reasons you execute that mismatch. If it's just going to be Keegan trying to make a find to Keon with 5 seconds on the shot clock, I don't know how effective that is, but again, I don't have the answers, just as you don't.
Keon Ellis was also asked about being in the starting lineup. The media, they're really trying to push this thing, and Keon Ellis answered the question as only Keon Ellis can. We play that for you on the other side. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Suns. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer-dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that.
Big savings are back at Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop. New Hondas are piling up, and that means big savings for you.
Looking to own or lease? During the spring sales event, drive a brand new Accord or Civic. Visit us today at FolsomLakeHonda.com, your one-stop Honda shop.
As a family-owned and operated dealership since 2009, customer service is our number one priority. Our customers love doing business with us, and you will too.
Folsom Lake Honda, yeah, your one-stop Honda shop.
Come check out Capital Casino, Sacramento's #1 poker room with the most variety of table games in the region in a safe and friendly environment. Plenty of well-lit parking available, conveniently located in downtown Sacramento. And remember, Capital Casino has the best food, the best service, and the best action. 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento. For more information, log on to capital-casino.com, and please gamble responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Is that a new Samsung Galaxy A15 5G?
Yeah, I got it for free when I joined Cricket Nation.
Sounds pretty great.
At Cricket, anyone can get a new phone when they switch.
Whoa.
With a high-quality camera, meaning more flattering selfies for all, and super fast 5G, so you can post them for all to see. Your friends, your family, your ex. Free phone! Free phone!
Okay, I'll switch.
Welcome to Cricket Nation.
Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. Must bring your number to Cricket on a $60 a month voice plan. First month service charge and tax to its sale. Fees, terms, and other restrictions apply. See cricketwireless.com for details.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
Or you could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
For 70 years, we've been known as the Humane Society of the United States. But as the challenges animals face have grown, so have we. We are now called Humane World for Animals. And with you on our side, we are going to end animal cruelty around the globe. Join us. Humane World for Animals. The end of animal cruelty.
Welcome to AT&T. How can I help?
Hey, I thought I could trust my twins with my phone, but they outnumber me, man.
Oh, that's a lot of glitter paint. Let's trade
lives.
At AT&T, everyone can trade in an old or glittered iPhone, any year, any condition, and save on a new iPhone. Ask how to get iPhone 16 Pro on us. New and existing customers. Savings vary by device and trade-in combinations. Restrictions apply. See att.com for details. AT&T. Connecting changes everything.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
KHD 1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
Hammer time from down by the lake. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
We are on hour 3 here, Allen Stiles Show, Sacktown Sports, taking you up to 2 p.m. Kyle Ledbetter behind the glass for us on a Friday. Need to go check the weather, see if it's starting to dry up a little bit. Seems like the Kings' playoff hopes are starting to dry up a little bit, but they're not done yet. And one of the ways they might be able to figure this thing out is through the starting lineup. I know a once banned subject on this show has made a couple different appearances because the Kings stink right now, and there are not really many other answers to look at. Keon Ellis was asked about the difference between starting and coming off a bench. And, it's a tough question for Keon. You see what I'm saying? Because obviously he needs to answer, but we kind of know where this whole thing is going and where he's trying to be led. Let's hear what he had to say.
It's a great question. I mean, I think it depends, if you're starting and, you kind of have to be locked in from the gate. So, if you go down, then I think it's, it kind of shifts to the bench to come in and bring that spark to put us back. So, I mean, I think it just depends on the situation of the game. If you come in, if you're coming off the bench and, the team is down, you kind of have to bring that focus and that mentality as if you were starting, and as soon as you get in there, it's time to go. So, I don't truly think there's too much of a difference, but regardless, I think we do have to start better this game. Start the game better, obviously.
Well done, Keon. Well done. You got to ask the question. Obviously, it's kind of awkward to answer that, and he did it as he does a lot of things in a very professional manner. So yeah, appreciate Keon there. It's just a tough question, and it's not Keon's call, right? And these guys, well, I don't know if they're friends or not. We learned that earlier this season, but these guys spend so much time together. They have an understanding, they have a respect for each other. So it's very different than you're a fan or you're a talking head like myself. We don't have the connection, so nobody is going to sit there and say, maybe deep down, everybody wants to start, but it's not a matter of, man, this dude's so trash, I should be starting, and you can have that mindset, but also understand, hey, this is while we're on the team, like, this is my brother. This is what it is. It's we, not me, as Doug Christie always kind of preaches. But on the other side, well, if it's we, not me, then why is it about him? Why is it about he, right? If it makes more sense for me to start, then what's the problem? Now, we played earlier in the show Doug Christie's answer to the starting lineup question, and he basically said that the starting lineup was starting to find their groove and they hadn't had enough time together. You can agree with that or not, but that's what he is saying. So it's not, in his mind, it's not a matter of them. And look, I'm not saying he's hiding behind it. I'm saying it is a legit reason. You could debunk it by saying that you played some terrible teams, and when you did play a couple good teams with this crew, you didn't play well. But the reality is Malik Monk did go down and Sabonis did go down, and it is a small sample size. Whether you believe that it will ever get where Doug Christie thinks it will get is a different conversation. And I think that's kind of the issue here, where it's, hey, it's not that my issue isn't the amount of time they had. I just don't think it's going to fit, versus Doug Christie saying, well, they haven't had enough time. So you're essentially arguing two different things. Do I think it's worth the move, as we've had this discussion? I'm definitely getting closer game by game, which is funny because we're running out of time game by game. So I should be getting farther away from it. But I think that if you did it, and I said yesterday, if you don't do it today, then it's not going to happen, or it would be hard to make it happen. I don't think it's worth it still, but that's just a larger conversation of me knowing that this team, with Keon starting or not, especially after last night, right? And Kyle, we're going to get to the percentages, not to keep anybody, not to keep everyone on a kind of negative tone, but the reality is, and we can tease some of it now, your chances of getting to the 60.1%, chances of 7 or 8, 11%, right? So in my opinion, that ship has kind of sailed.
Yeah, I think there's levels to it though, right? Because in the normal non-NBA hell world,
yes,
you are given a grace period when your all-NBA player and your only all-NBA player goes down with an injury late in the season, as has happened with the Sacramento Kings. And potentially, I don't know if this will be true, but potentially Domantas Sabonis coming back and playing some of that point center, where he's got the ball above the free throw line and he's surveying, because there's two people on the wings and one person running baseline and another person who's kind of moving around a DHO. Maybe that will alleviate a lot of the concerns that people are having about Malik as the starting point guard, right? Maybe the solution is just to go with the Domantas Sabonis point center offense, and it doesn't matter who takes the ball up the floor, because whoever takes it up the floor is just throwing it to Domas at the top of the three-point arc, and Domas is the one running the offense, right? Maybe that alleviates some of the concerns. So under normal circumstances, you're offered a grace period for the star being out. Where I think this situation is different is that if you look at just the Malik Monk injury timeline, you're talking about them having that close game against the Clippers and them beating San Antonio and them being in it right to the end with Denver, and looking at that and saying, do they have solutions outside of Malik as the starting point guard? Because I think we're not talking enough about Malik is obviously a better player when he's playing off ball too, which makes sense. That's what he's been playing for 7 years in the NBA. But it's a little different when he's out and your all NBA center is out, because I feel like if it were let's just say a hypothetical, Levine were out, Monk would slide into the 2, Keon would slide into the 1, and I feel like Malik would feel more comfortable just because it's a familiar position for what he's been in. But I don't know that for sure. I think they needed grace with Sabonis's injury.
And they just don't have time for it. I saw someone on the text line, 916-339-1140, if you want to be a part of the conversation. I saw someone say, do we know that Malik Monk would be happier or is happier starting? And I think that's a good question. I think initially the answer was yes, right? When he talked about wanting to start last season and even the beginning of this season, but that was because Kevin Huerter was starting, and Kevin Huerter had been awful, right? Let's not pull punches here. Kevin Huerter was terrible for a lot of the last year or so here. So Malik is thinking, why do I have to come off the bench for Kevin Huerter to get into a rhythm when he's not even getting into a rhythm? So that was one part of it. Now you have a new team where it's, hey, it's not a matter of you getting to, being a part of the starting lineup and us not wanting to start you. We actually think that you will flourish more. There's a difference. With Kevin Huerter, it was a matter of, hey, we're not getting anything from Kevin Huerter, and when Malik plays, we obviously get a lot from Malik. It makes the team better. Right now, the starting lineup doesn't feel like they would be worse with Malik Monk coming off the bench. That's the difference. It felt like the Kings were better with Malik starting over Kevin Huerter when Kevin Huerter couldn't shoot a basketball. I don't know that removing Malik Monk from the starting lineup or Malik being in the starting lineup makes them a better team, right? And the numbers say that they're not, based on the lineups.
Well, it was also different at the time because Keon Ellis was in that weird proverbial doghouse.
That's also true.
There was never a chance for Keon to start.
Right, because Keon was not getting on the court. We saw Mason Jones at one point. What a crazy season this has been. Can I just... Oh, one thing that reminds me. I found it interesting during Christie's cuts. And look, this is all real, but I did find it interesting that these last couple media availabilities with Doug, he definitely has been more open about what the situation is. Now, a lot of people, when they talk about something, they will then say, hey, no excuses. And I'm not accusing Doug of saying an excuse, but Doug, these last couple times here, he has made sure to lay out what he's been through. And what we can find the cut again, Kyle, when he says, I was talking to Van Gundy and the crew, the TV crew before the game, and Van Gundy said, this is something that teams go through in 5 years, let alone a couple months. When he talks about, obviously, the firing, the hiring, trading De'Aaron Fox, all of that. This is something that teams go through in 5 years, let alone one season. And Doug is complete. The thing is, he's right.
Mm-hmm.
He's right. But there is now starting to be an acknowledgement of, as we get closer to this thing, and hey, we're probably not going to pull off this crazy playoff story. And there's a reason, because this was a complete nightmare.
Yeah, we can get to the sound on the other side of the break, but it is interesting to think how there's been so many ups and downs and changes within a season, and now you have this interim beam team that also might not get a full season to figure things out, which adds another interesting layer to all of it. And yet some things never change. And what do I mean by that? They still sent out Keon Ellis to do the press conference after a 30-point loss.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. I mean,
that was kind of last year's running joke, which is just like every time they lose, it'd be like, well, let's go Keon.
Yeah.
And they did it again last night.
No, we're not starting Podium Gate again. But that was the least of our worries. Podium Gate,
Think about how tame that was.
I miss Podium Gate, to be completely honest.
Remember when our biggest controversy was Luka sitting on Malik Monk's leg?
Yeah, but that did start it. And you did say, as far as kind of the grace, feeling some grace with Domantas Sabonis not being in, off the top of my head, I know he got an extension, but that extension was something that they just felt like they needed to do. Mike Brown didn't get a ton of grace. Looking back on it, even the fact that they argued on the extension, Mike Brown didn't get a ton of grace, missing his number at worst number 3 scorer last season and a starter, even though Kevin Huerter didn't play like a starter. He was a starter. He missed those guys for the last 15 games last season.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't get a ton of grace, not from us, but clearly from his bosses.
From his bosses and a number of the players in the locker room.
Yeah, that too. When we return, we talk about what Sam Amick had to say on yesterday's show, on the morning show, about the Kings' reputation among players. And you know what? We are going to take a break from the Kings as Mac and Cheese is in the Bay. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
All guests and callers join us from the Folsom Lake Honda hotline. Folsom Lake Honda, your one-stop Honda shop.
Tonight, Kings and Suns. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sactown Sports.
Sactown Sports, 1140.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda. I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. After a pretty wet start to your Friday, we'll still see some lingering showers on and off again for the afternoon. Maybe an isolated thunderstorm as well. It's going to stay cool with highs today in the lower 50s. Skies will clear out overnight, and we're dry heading into Saturday. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. Whether you purchase a new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, Elk Grove Honda has the right Honda at the right price. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
With NBA League Pass, keeping up with the league is as easy as NBA. Watch from multiple angles and in your preferred language. Wait, really? Oh, new guy, huh? Yeah, you get so many live games, recaps, and highlights. So the court is my oyster. It's your Pelican, Wolf, Bull, Nugget, Big Blue Dog, whatever you want it to be. NBA League Pass, your home for streaming hoops. Only select out-of-market games available and local blackout restrictions apply. Additional charges and other conditions may apply. Visit NBA.com/subscriber agreement for full terms and conditions.
At Valley Strong Credit Union, we know that local businesses are the backbone of the Central Valley, investing in our neighborhoods, boosting the economy, making the Valley stronger. But when it comes to their finances, where can they turn? A big bank that just sees another number? That's not good enough. Valley businesses deserve Valley support for payroll, credit, cash flow, and everything in between. Valley Business is Valley Strong. Learn how our cash management services can support your business at valleystrong.com.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sactown Sports.
Let's tie a bow on just a little note that we wanted to spend a little bit more time on as far as Doug Christie, being very open about some conversations that he's having as far as what he's been through. Here it is.
Talking to the TNT staff before the game, like Van Gundy was like, these are the things that a coach might get this in 5 years. Okay. Like when you trade your player, you fire, you lose coaches, you bring in multiple players all of a sudden, then you got injuries and all. Like this is something that I'm seeing in 70 days. So it's going to make me better. It's going to make them better. We're going to figure it out. We're not going to sit here and have excuses. This is a game, in my opinion, that we should have won. Even the New York game, as tough as it was, just the higher level of competition. Obviously, you guys know how I feel about the Denver game. And, yeah, I don't want to get myself in trouble. So it's difficult, but it's doable. So I'm here for that.
That was Doug Christie, and that was part of Christie's cuts and what he said last night, but wanted to spend a little bit of extra time on it. 916 chiming in. Allen, I don't think Doug is telling the media this to make an excuse for himself. I think he's trying to let the media and fans know that they need to take a little perspective on the season. I hear you on that, 916. I know we spent a lot of time on it yesterday, just as far, and that's why the expectations are what they are. I guess it just leads up to, I think it just is about who believes what, but who draws that line, right? And where should that line start and end? You can understand everything that happened, but still feel, hey, I think they should be competing a little bit better than this, right? Going back to that Zach LaVine play where he kicked the ball and Buddy Hield just hustled harder than him to pick it up, right? And I don't know if I don't even know if I feel good saying that's on Doug, because that's on Zach LaVine. Doug didn't trade De'Aaron Fox. So I hear what you're saying, 916. I'd still find it interesting to get into that. You don't hear about that stuff we didn't hear about that stuff when they're beating down on the Pelicans and on the Mavericks. So obviously that stuff is going to come out. And here's the crazy part of it is that you haven't even hit the worst part of March. So to me, if that's, I guess what I'm saying is
that's crazy.
If that's in your pocket, right, to say, hey, if this thing gets super ugly. And I don't think Doug is, and I'm not saying that he's calculated and I'm going to say this in this position, but the further along this thing gets, hey, I mean, we might be in the middle of this Cavs, Bucks, Celtics stretch, and I might need to say, hey, let's not forget what Van Gundy told me. You know what I mean? He went to it immediately. So if anything else, I hear what you're saying, 916. I don't think he's making excuses per se, but we know that there is a decision that can be made where coaches, here's the thing, we all know. And I don't know, I think maybe some fans need a reminder. I don't need a reminder. I don't think a lot of media need a reminder because Doug really hasn't gotten a lot of the flack. Most of it has been the front office and ownership. So Doug really hasn't got a lot of flack. So you might be onto something, 916. But at the same time, Doug knows and coaches know when to do the thing, and Doug choosing to do the thing this early when you still have what could be a very rough March was at the very least just interesting to me.
Yeah, and I think to the texter's point, we should all be focused on perspective because I think that's what's going to be important here. Let's use Stan Van Gundy as an example here as well, because Stan Van Gundy, when he took the Pelicans job, was in a similar situation to Doug Christie in this sense. He took the job thinking he was entering a win-now situation.
Right.
4 weeks later, they traded Drew Holiday to the Bucks for like draft picks and Eric Bledsoe. Like a clear, we're pivoting to a longer scale rebuild situation. And his one season with the Pelicans, I believe Zion, I can't remember if that was the season Zion made the All-Star team or I think it was, because it was the year coming out of the pandemic. So I think it was that year that Zion started in the All-Star game, but the Pelicans didn't make the playoffs. And because it wasn't what Stan had originally signed up for, his expectations changed and he got fired after a season, and they went to Willie Green as the new head coach. And you've seen Willie Green now get 4 years of runway and multiple roster constructions to figure this out. But Stan, who went through trading your all-star player, having a rookie essentially come in and play at an all-star level, the expectations just fluctuated up and down throughout the season. And it ultimately didn't save Stan his job, but I think the expectation changed so much that it just wasn't a good fit anymore. I don't think that's the same situation with Doug, but I think there's similarities there in the sense that you go through like 4 years or 5 years worth of coaching in one season, it will make you better, but not all the coaches end up surviving that at the end. It just becomes a situation of the team he inherited is dramatically different than the team now. And does the team still feel like he's that guy to lead them going forward? And that's all dependent on whatever the direction of the organization is.
Yeah, I still think that Doug is safe. And you know what's funny is 916 says he's saying it to the fans. He could also be saying it to his bosses as well. Let's not forget everything that y'all have done this season. Right now, obviously, you're giving me this opportunity, but it wasn't the cleanest handoff that we've ever seen. So definitely a lot of perspective. And I think the biggest thing is, the fans to have that perspective. But I think a lot of people continue to say that the Clippers may have broke the Kings. I'm pretty sure most fans are on the same page as far as what the Kings are moving forward. And it's just a matter of, hey, maybe we'll get into a play-in and get hot, right? You should truly be looking at this like March Madness, where we're going to have a game, then we're going to have another. It's a tournament. We're going to have a game, then we're going to have another game, and maybe we'll get into the dance. It's the conference. Look at the play-in tournament like a mid-majors conference tournament. You have to win the conference tournament in order to get into March Madness. That's where the Kings are at.
And if the Kings are truly as unhealthy of an organization as we may say they are, your results in that tournament may make or break the next season that you guys have together. Now, we'll talk about this another day. I'm of the perspective they should know what they're going to do this offseason before the play-in ever starts.
Yeah.
That the plan should not be contingent on what happens in the 9-10 or the 7-8 games of the play-in. They should have a plan before that ever happens. However, there is a world where if they make the playoffs, they're given more of a grace and more of a lane than if they don't make it out of this proverbial conference tournament, which is why I've been saying the whole season will come down to 2 games.
Let's take a little break from the Kings, and we're going to talk a little Niners. Mac Jones on the Niners, what he can bring to the table. And people are already doing, the thing. Allen Stiles, Sacramento Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Suns. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Things are just better when you switch to Cricket. The sun shines a little brighter. Happy music starts randomly playing. Best of all, you can get iPhone 13 for just $29.99. With the ultra-bright Super Retina display and up to 19 hours of video playback, all on Cricket's super-fast 5G network. See? Isn't that better? Smile, you're on Cricket.
Requires new account imported on $60 plan. First service charge and tax to with sale. $25 activation fee. Terms and restrictions apply. Cricket 5G is not available everywhere. See store for details.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters and auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPfest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, the School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPfest.com.
Save $11,000 off MSRP on every new 2025 half-ton Silverado LT Turbo Max. After rebates at the Meta Chevy Silverado Super Center. $11,000 off new Silverado at MetaChevy.com. Together, let's drive.
See dealer for details.
Get ready for your chance to win $1 million by entering Sacktown Sports Bracket Challenge on Sunday, March 16th. Brought to you by Xfinity. Stream live sports from the best seat in the house.
Sacktown Sports is bringing you the biggest live events in town. Whether you're rocking out or dancing the night away, check out the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. Crank it up with Steel Panther at Ace of Spades on March 15th. Then catch rising country star Alexandra Kay the next night, March 16th, also at Ace of Spades. On March 22nd, experience the magic of the Ronstadt Review featuring Jacinia at the Crest Theater. Then get ready for an epic night. Papa Roach and Rise Against take over Golden One Center March 29th, while comedy legends Jay Leno and Arsenio Hall bring the laughs to Hard Rock Live Sacramento on that same night. And for country fans, Lee Brice and Walker Hayes hit Ironstone Amphitheater on June 21st, and Parker McCullum takes the stage August 16th at the Ironstone Amphitheater up in Murphys, California. Don't miss out. Find more info and score your chance to win tickets at SacktownSports.com. The Sacktown Sports Live Events Calendar. Your ticket to the best seat in the house.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet, Hoblet Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Ram, and Woodland. Chad, it's Ram Truck Month. The sales event's going on right now, and I know that means heavy discounts.
It's not just a discount. It's big discounts on hard-to-find Ram heavy duties. Right now, save up to $16,000 off MSRP on remaining new 2024 Ram 2500 and 3500 heavy duties. When you need a hard-to-find truck, Hoblet has it, with over 500 new Rams available.
Just one of the many reasons Hoblet always ranks as one of the biggest and best Ram dealers in all of America.
And we are proud of that. But we don't just sell Rams. You have to check out the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter with 200 vehicles available and 30 under $20,000.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HobletDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
$16,000 total net savings after $71.29 factory rebates and $88.71 dealer discounts. Rebates include $500 first responder bonus cash for eligible first responders and $66.29 West BC standalone 10% below MSRP. 5 vehicles at this net savings. Sample VIN 316786. Not everyone will qualify for all rebates. See dealer for details.
Get ready, NorCal. The Lodi Beer Festival and State Barbecue Championship is back Saturday, April 26th at the Lodi Great Festival grounds. With craft beers from over 50 breweries, there will be something for everyone. Check out all the vendors, play some cornhole, and dance to the live band. Plus, watch over 30 barbecue teams battle it out for top prizes. Tickets are $40 in advance, $50 at the door, with exclusive VIP tickets available. Get yours now at greatfestival.com. Must be 21 and older to attend. Lodi Beer Fest, where great beer meets legendary barbecue.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Obviously, we have our Kings Suns preview coming up at 1 o'clock. But like we say on this show, when the Kings stop playing, we move in a different direction. And the Niners are moving in the direction of a guy that there were a lot of rumors whether or not this was the guy. They basically, the whole thing was that the Niners essentially got shamed out of taking Mac Jones because he didn't have the highest ceiling. Well, it turns out that 2021 draft class was just kind of terrible, right? And as we look at what's happening with the 2023 class and how many quarterbacks are actually going to be legit, although it looks pretty good. But history tells us that someone is not going to be good. And you look around and, well, Jaden Daniels looks like he's pretty darn good. And some of the other guys that did some things this season out there in well, I was going to say Minnesota, but he didn't get a chance, and J.J. McCarthy. But Bo Nix, guys like that, history tells us that all these guys are not going to be good. And Mac Jones, showed some promise out there in New England, didn't work out. I don't know that he was really set up for success. There's been better situations.
Why? Because Matt Patricia was his offensive coordinator in year 2?
There have been better situations. There have been worse situations. He finds himself in Jacksonville, and it's not going to be Duval for Mac Jones as he heads to the Bay. This is from Jacksonville.com as he is headed to San Francisco on a 2-year, $7 million deal due to Trevor Lawrence's injuries. Jones played in 10 games. I don't know if I realized he played in 10 games. Played in 10 games and started 7 of those games. He recorded 8 touchdowns and 8 interceptions while completing 65.3% of his passes. Jones only won 2 games. This is my favorite. Jones only won 2 games as a starter, beating the Tennessee Titans twice down the stretch. He never found his footing in Doug Peterson's offense and struggled to play consistently well for the team he grew up rooting for. So now he finds himself in San Francisco. There have been conversations about whether he's the number 2, number 3, and some people are doing that thing as the Niners have been accused of blowing it up and rebuilding. Some people are, yes, doing the thing. Well, if you're going to rebuild, don't pay Brock. Just see what Mac Jones can do. He's got a high enough ceiling. Why don't you just see what he can do? And I just, it makes me laugh that we're doing the thing again, not me, but the collective we. And at what point will paying Brock? Is this the last year to do it because you pay Brock and then people won't do that thing anymore? This is the last year to do it, right? And why not do it with the guy? And people are saying, we knew he wanted Mac Jones, and signing him to a 2-year, $7 million deal 3 years later confirms what we always knew, that he wanted Mac Jones, not Trey Lance. Although I do truly think he was shamed out of I don't know if he wanted Mac Jones, but I do believe if he did, he was shamed out of taking Mac Jones.
No, the only thing we do know is that he did want Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Now, that doesn't mean he wanted him more than Trey Lance.
Right.
But he wanted Mac Jones. I think the front office made the call that we're going to get a more high upside quarterback because if you'll remember that draft, the 49ers traded the 3 first-round picks to go from 12 to 3, and if they had sat at 12, they would have still gotten Mac Jones.
Yeah.
Mac Jones didn't get picked until 15 by the Patriots, and I think the Bears traded up to 11 to get Justin Fields. So Mac Jones would have been sitting there as the top quarterback at number 12, and we know that Shanahan did like him. I just think they made the call, we have to try and get a more high upside quarterback.
Right, and if you look at who Kyle Shanahan has been linked to, I love when people do he is the so-and-sos of so-and-so. Somebody said that Mac Jones is the Kirk Cousin of Brock Purdy's, and I don't even necessarily know what that means, but it feels right. So now Mac Jones will look to kind of do the Sam Darnold thing where he doesn't actually have to play. And I do wonder how long this thing lasts where you don't, and we've kind of joked about Mitch Trubisky, who he keeps getting signed even though he's just on successful teams, right? He doesn't do anything on the Bills, and the Steelers give him a chance. Didn't work out with the Steelers. The Bills re-sign him. So, and then you have Sam Darnold gets an opportunity, supposed to be a bridge guy. JJ McCarthy, he was going to start anyway, but JJ McCarthy goes down. Now Sam Darnold is, I think, a bridge guy in Seattle. It's a 3-year deal. So you have Mac Jones looking to basically do the Sam Darnold thing where he's going to sit behind Brock. The problem is that normally works if your team is successful, right? Or maybe there's examples of your team not even needing to be successful. You're just on a roster behind a good quarterback, because Sam Darnold didn't do anything besides convince a couple people that maybe he could be better than Brock Purdy. He goes to Minnesota, balls out, and now Sam Darnold has a nice 3-year contract. That team was good, though. Right? That team went to the Super Bowl, and you have a guy looking to do the same thing with Mac Jones. How does he get viewed sitting on the bench if the Niners aren't good? It shouldn't make a difference, but it does.
Right, but I feel like you can also get better by sitting on the bench.
Yeah, well, apparently, because they keep paying people after sitting on the bench.
Yeah, but I think the Sam Darnold thing, you saw it at the end, which my takeaway from the Sam Darnold experience last year is one that I don't think people are talking about enough, which is Justin Jefferson might be the best wide receiver of the last 15 years.
Yeah, and he's going to Seattle with
Jackson Smith and Jigba
as his number 1 now.
Is Jackson
number
Smith
1, 2, and 3.
What, you're sleeping on Jake Bobo?
Number 1, 2, and 3.
Let's do a fun little exercise real quick. So we talked about how terrible that draft class was. I'm going to give you the quarterbacks again in that draft class, and let's just see what order would we have taken them in hindsight.
All right.
So you've got, this was the order they were taken in the year. So you have Trevor Lawrence, number 1. You have Zach Wilson, number 2. Trey Lance, number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Justin Fields, number 11.
It's so bad.
Mac Jones at number 15. And the person who's sneaky might be the second person we pick in this game. If you go all the way down to 67, the third pick of the 3rd round, you have Davis Mills.
It's so bad. It's so bad.
All relatively backup quarterbacks.
I would say, and let's not forget, Kyle Trask. Somebody said they should have taken Kyle Trask.
Yeah, Kyle Trask. Is he still in the NFL?
Kyle Trask is an American football quarterback for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, I guess Well, all these people are free agents now, so Kyle Trask should theoretically be a free agent right now too, shouldn't he?
No. Well, he just signed a day ago to return to the Bucks.
Oh, you're right. Has he played at all for the Bucks? Let me look this up real
He's
quick.
got good size on him. Okay, 6'5".
Then immediately got replaced by Anthony Kyle Trask. In his NFL career, Kyle Trask has 2 completions, 2 for 4 for 28 yards.
I'm telling you, man, it's the best job ever. All right, let's do the exercise.
All right, so number 1, obviously Trevor Lawrence, right?
Yes.
Number 2, got to be Justin Fields, right?
I would say no, Justin Fields number 2.
Yeah, because he's the only one who's technically still a starter.
Yes, for now.
So now we get to the fun game of your choices are Davis Mills, Mac Jones, Trey Lance, or
I'm going Mac 3.
But there's also still Zach Wilson, who's like 1 injury away from being the Dolphins starter.
I'm going Mac Jones.
You would go Mac at 3?
Yes.
I honestly might go Davis Mills. I know that's stupid, but I might. I would go. Yeah. I would go. Mac Jones made a Pro Bowl. I'm not going to be that disrespectful. Mac Jones. I'm going to go Pro Bowl quarterback Mac Jones at number 3.
As we wrap this up and head into Purdy land, as the 530 wants to do the thing, so we're going to do the thing on the other side. The real question is, does Trey Lance go last?
No.
He has to.
Over Zach?
Yes.
Well, yeah, I guess
he has to.
Yeah, I think he might have to.
Not on a roster.
Zach at least had a game.
What is it? The Toronto Argonauts? Or where somebody said he's going to be in the CFL somewhere.
I'm still holding out hope that
let's not. What?
Just that the Colts create the most chaotic quarterback room in the NFL of Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones, and Trey Lance.
Oh, my goodness.
That would be beautiful.
A lot of running and not a lot of throwing. Why everyone is sleeping on the Niners, I don't know. I know it seems like they're rebuilding, but let me give you some hope as to why they could be better than a lot of people think. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Time to check out Capital Casino, conveniently located at 411 North 16th Street in downtown Sacramento.
Malik Monk plays here.
Started left, goes right, steps back, launches the 3. Nothing but net. Oh, that was just filthy. Oh, my, that was sweet.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Hey, everybody, it's your boy Kyle Draper. You know I'm a big guy, right, everybody? So sometimes, even my SUV or sedan, I want a little more space. Maybe I want to take the fellas to the football game or to the basketball game. Maybe I want to go golfing. Well, Mercedes-Benz of Stockton has the perfect solution. They have a Vans Fleet Center, and they understand your business needs. They understand your personal needs as well. They have a great inventory and a huge selection, and plus they have the perfect van to power your fleet, including the new fully electric e-Sprinter alongside those reliable diesel options. So if you're looking for a new van just for personal reasons or even for your business fleet, head on over to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton. And get this, you can take advantage of their exclusive limited time 0% APR financing offer for up to 60 months on select models. So head down to Mercedes-Benz of Stockton or online at mbofstockton.com and tell them Drape sent you.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
With Progressive, renters can save on protection for the things that make your place yours, even things that don't make sense to everyone.
People always wonder why I don't get rid of my guitar since I never play. But it's like, what if I actually end up taking lessons? Sure, I've had it for 8 years, but if I get rid of it, then what will my New Year's resolution be next January?
Exactly. So bundle your renters in auto and save with Progressive and protect the things that make sense to you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates and other insurers not available in all states or situations, covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-902-5454. 800-902-5454.
Listen for the Toyota Tahoe Report every Thursday, Friday, and Saturday with Johnny Mosley to get the latest weather conditions in Tahoe throughout this snow season. Brought to you by your local Toyota dealers. Toyota, let's go places.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app. Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
Real quick before we get into the Purdy conversation, got a great text from Joe from the 530. We didn't talk about this. De'Aaron Fox exiting the chat for the season. San Antonio Star De'Aaron Fox will undergo season-ending surgery on Tuesday for tendon damage in his left pinky. Sources tell ESPN. Shams goes on to say Fox suffered the tendon injury during training camp in October and played through the ailment all season. For the Spurs and Fox, a decision to undergo surgery now was made to expedite the healing process and gain off-season chemistry with the roster based on recovery. So they're saying he's not finishing the season so he can be healthier in the off season so they can get that work in.
I think it's a 12-week recovery, so call it 3 months. He'll be back by June, basically, to playing, which I felt like this wasn't newsworthy only because De'Aaron literally told us this when he was in Sacramento last Friday. He was like, yeah, I think when we go to LA, I'm going to do the surgery. And I was like, okay, I guess that's the timeline they're on at this point. So this was just kind of like an official ruling that they had decided it, I guess. But I mean, we didn't really talk much about that game afterwards, so I guess we never brought it up on the show on Monday. But yeah, De'Aaron straight up said, I'm going to go get the surgery in Los Angeles.
Yeah, and I think he played this the right way, right? He played a couple once Wemby went down, everything changed. There really was no reason for him to continue to play. He played a couple games, built a little bit more chemistry with the guys. And it's funny, I mean, you're playing with the Chris Paul, who he's probably not even going to be on the team next season, but he built some more chemistry. We know he's very excited to play with Stephon Castle. So build a little bit of chemistry. Hey, there's no real point. Get over or, take care of the whole Sacramento thing. Get that out the way. I still think that was part of this as well. And now he can rest up and be ready for the off season or for part of the off season so they can rock and roll. So all power to them. And yeah, we'll see how it works out for them. 530 had this to say, Joe from the 530, when we talk about Brock Purdy. Allen, the 49ers seem to be in a rebuild, 90 plus million in dead cap over the next 2 years. If John Lynch doesn't hit on most of his draft picks this year, we are done. He's had more misses than hits in his previous drafts. Let's not forget Kyle Shanahan as a part of that Joe from the 530. This is why I would not pay Brock Purdy. If we are headed into a rebuild, why give Purdy the money? Yeah, I understand the rebuild aspect, and you can find ways around paying Brock Purdy. We talked about a couple weeks ago, you can franchise tag him more than once. I will say this. If you think he's that guy at 24, 25 years old, he'll be here through the rebuild, right? Every franchise guy doesn't necessarily get the best stuff to work with, right? Take a look at what the Josh Allens of the world had to deal with and the Joe Burrows of the world had to deal with. And then you flip it and you sit there and say, well, some of those teams got pretty good as soon as they got there. You look at a Jaden Daniels, and I know it was his rookie year and there'll be tape on him, but Jaden Daniels didn't have the best team and they got all the way to the NFC Championship. So really, Joe, it more so comes down to whether or not you think Brock Purdy can elevate and be that guy, because when you do pay the quarterback, and that's why you're saying not to do it, but when you do pay the quarterback, you're paying because you're going to make up for some of the things that we're not going to be able to afford. I think the answer or the question back to Joe would be, so are you letting him play out his contract and walking? Are you just going to franchise tag him? You're not going to start this season with Mac Jones, right? Or you're not going to, or is a question to trade him or not? I don't think that. I think the only option, if you're realistically not paying him, would be to franchise tag him and then pay him next season is really the only thing.
And we've talked about before that may be the better move in terms of money-wise, but when you're dealing with these situations, when you let the doubt creep in, that kind of poisons the locker room. Mm-hmm. And letting that doubt seep in sometimes ruins it, because the thing that even like with the Dak Prescott and the Kirk Cousins things that were going on for years with the Vikings and the Cowboys with the franchise tag was their teams were reaffirming this guy is our long-term option and we're going to get this done.
Yes.
If you let that doubt start to seep in with Brock, when you've already just let half of your starters from the Super Bowl walk in free agency and or get traded, it starts to really ask the question of like, what are we doing here?
Specifically for that season, right? Because you franchise tag and you go from there, but now there's no even there's no hopium, there's no false hope. It's, hey, we just need you, Brock, for this season. We don't really know what's happening. This is why I think people should feel a little bit more optimistic on the Niners. And I know there's been a lot of movement here, but these are the opponents for the Niners. We don't have the schedule yet, but these are the opponents. Okay, let's do home first. Arizona Cardinals, I just will never believe in them. The Los Angeles Rams, they have Devontae Adams. I know they're always going to be tough, right? And that we bake that in.
Sure, but you play them every year.
You play them every year. Seattle Seahawks play them every year, and I don't know how much there is to fear with them. No clue what the Atlanta Falcons are. They could be red hot, but I thought they were going to be red hot last season. It didn't work out.
Michael Penix.
And Michael Penix, hey, shout out lefties, no clue. The Panthers, they still won't be great. They might be better.
They spent a lot of money to make their team like one game better.
Jacksonville Jaguars, first year head coach, still waiting to see what Trevor Lawrence is. I'm not worried about the Jaguars. The Tennessee Titans, not worried about the Tennessee Titans, although apparently they have some off pieces on offense and they could figure things out. As of right now, not worried about them. Chicago Bears, is Caleb Williams, is this the whole deal? Is this when things start to make sense?
They stunk last year.
Made again. Where are the big boys? Stop me when you hear a big boy. I haven't heard a big boy in any of the home opponents.
Well, I would say the Rams.
The Rams. Cool. Away, obviously, Cardinals, Rams, Seahawks. After that, Cleveland Browns.
Kenny Pickett.
Houston Texans. That your first big boy?
I mean, they literally have no big boys on the offensive line, so I don't even know how big of a boy that is.
But, obviously, DeMeco Ryans, the defense, C.J. Stroud, the wide receivers that can't stay healthy.
Yes.
That's the closest thing we have, right?
C.J. Stroud, who has now, I believe this is a true stat, won the same number of playoff games as Dak Prescott in his career.
The Colts, come on. The Saints, come on. The Giants, come on. The Bucks, are they is that what we're doing? The two biggest, we're arguing over the two best non-division or non-conference division in the NFC West. You take out the NFC West, that division, we're arguing for the only big boy that the Niners will play, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and the Houston Texans.
Yep.
It's kind of crazy.
Look, this is the fun thing about having a quote-unquote last place schedule, which is essentially, yes, the Niners are getting this advantage, but 14 of the 17 teams they play are the same as everyone else in the NFC West. So there's three unique opponents that they get. One is Cleveland, because Them and Cleveland stunk last year.
Right.
One is the Giants, because the Giants finished last place in their division, and the other is the Bears, because the Bears finished last place in the NFC North. So they get a last place schedule with the lucky break of you get both Souths, right? You get the AFC South and the NFC South, both of which are just pyramid schemes to get a team into the playoffs and take millions of dollars from the league. So they got good breaks on the schedule. Now, I would temper that by saying all of the NFC West is going to get this break.
Yeah.
Except for that Giants and Bears and Browns.
And the other thing is, too, I'm looking at this now. Somebody is going to be better than we think. Maybe two teams, right? It could be the Bears and the Titans. It could be the Falcons and the Jaguars, right? Trevor Lawrence, the only guy from 2021. So I'm saying this, and this is how it all works based on last season. But last season, you look, they had the Bills, the Chiefs. They had some tough teams they had to handle.
They had a schedule of a team that just went to the Super Bowl.
So I'm just saying.
You have to play all the first place teams, rematch against Kansas City. They had a real tough run.
I'm just saying. It could be worse, and a lot of people are, just writing off the Niners. Do I think they're going to win a Super Bowl? As of right now, no. But you get an easy record with a team that is better than that record due to injuries, and you never know. You never know. All right, let's get to the 1 o'clock hour, and when we do, Kings Suns preview. I truly have no clue what to do with tonight's game. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line, golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 16. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, a savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance.
For your free quote, call SelectQuote at 1-800-672-7070. That's 1-800-672-7070. Or go to SelectQuote.com. 1-800-672-7070. That's 1-800-672-7070.
SelectQuote. We shop. You save. Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet. And we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place.
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business.
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6580. That's 800-583-6580.
If you're not looking for a brand new car, at Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. We've kept only the best of our trades, and our buyer has found some of the finest pre-owned Hondas available in Northern California. You can see for yourself at elkgrovehonda.com. Whether you purchase a brand new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, your car buying experience will be the same. We have the right Honda at the right price. You'll find us in the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
KHTK HD1 Sacramento, KYMX HD3 Sacramento.
Your flagship station for the Beam Team.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
This is Sacktown Sports 1140. Your home for Kings talk and so much more.
Live and local.
Allen Stiles on Sacktown Sports.
It is time for our Kings Suns preview. The Suns, who have been very bad. It's a battle of the trick off. Who wants this game? Kyle liked that one.
I loved that. I didn't just like that. That was so funny.
So
the battle of the trick off tonight.
Who wants to cook their season more? That's what this is.
I don't know. Phoenix's is already well done, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what more they can do.
I feel like I'm envisioning a hot potato type game where it's you take your season. No, you take your season. No, you take your season. But in all seriousness, the Kings really need to win this ball game. They really need to win this basketball game. Since January 1st, breaking down the Phoenix Suns, they are 18th in net rating, which isn't terrible. 9th in offensive rating, 28th in defensive rating.
It was 30th until a couple days ago.
I mean, I watched that clip, and I think it was Van Gundy. This was, I think, last week because they had, all their games are against tough opponents. And someone, I think it might have been the Mavericks, just literally Najee Marshall or someone just walked into a layup and just nobody was around them. Nobody was around them. The Suns, they don't play defense. They had that, what was it, that good win last week, Kyle, where they came back from down 20 against the Clippers.
Yep.
So
but they won, but also Kevin Durant fought his coach while they won.
That's right. And Kevin Durant said, hey, that's just two people caring. So that's good for a 15-19 record. Can the Kings put the final nail in the coffin of the Suns? The Phoenix playoff odds are down to 0.7% and 4.4% to even make the play-in. That's terrible. And real quick, not to gloss over, just to refresh everyone on where the Kings are at in terms of making the playoffs. It's not good, right? The chances of getting the 6th seed, 0.1%. The chances of making the 7-8 play-in, 11%. Chances of making 9-10 play-in game, 87.1%. Chances of missing the play-in, 1.8. Chances to make the playoffs, 27.8%. You know what? After last night's beatdown, I'll take that.
You thought it was going to be worse?
I thought it was going to be much worse. Much worse.
Good news, their chances of missing the play-in are still lower than their chances of landing Cooper Flag.
That's right. I think that, look, again, all things considered, I am not doing a shtick here and having any false hope, but I think that you get this win tonight. I know we've been here before, but if you can get this win tonight and prove that you are at least in a better situation than the Suns, it could give you a little bit of momentum heading into the gauntlet. That's it. Kyle, like I said, I've been saying I like the Kings against the Grizzlies when they feel like playing NBA level basketball.
All right, so hear me out here.
Okay.
On the best plan for the Kings. So let's say the Kings end up in the 10 instead of the 9 seed.
Okay.
If they do that, they still have a good chance of beating Dallas, but their odds of landing Cooper Flag double if they end up in the 10 seed instead of the 9 seed.
But don't get into the playoffs.
No, yes.
Right.
They would...
They'd have to lose the second game.
Yes, they would have to lose. Well, technically, they could lose either game, and it wouldn't matter. But
yes.
In that scenario, they still have a 1.5% chance of landing Cooper Flag and a 4.8% chance of landing either Cooper Flag, Ace Bailey, or Dylan Harper, which obviously I'm joking, but I'm just pointing out the fact that, hey, their chances of missing the play-in altogether probably not going to happen. So you know what? Good for them. You don't have to worry about it.
I have a buddy that will be in the chat from time to time. He's a Knicks fan. And he also went to Rutgers. And I'm curious, does nobody care that Ace Bailey and Dylan Harper were on the same team and that team stunk?
I think only people from the New York, New Jersey, tri-state area care about Dylan Harper and Ace Bailey being on Rutgers.
Well, I'm saying two supposedly really, really good players there's only 5 guys on the court at the time, and they stunk.
Yeah, but Rutgers always stinks. So
I'm just saying.
you can put any players on Rutgers, and I think Rutgers just stinks at all sports. I will say, I think Ben Simmons missing the tournament that year he was at LSU ruined the one and done model, because there's all sorts of number 1 picks that it's just like you don't even remember their college basketball careers anymore. Like
the only reason I'm bringing it up because they both were on the same. If it's one random dude, Cade Cunningham, and I think they might have made the tournament, but Cade Cunningham on Oklahoma State, someone like that. But the fact that you had 2 of them, Kyle, 2 lottery picks on one team in college basketball, and you stunk.
Yeah, I just don't know what to do with it.
Yeah, I'm just saying, and obviously we have a wild. You know what? And it's not even going to be a part of the conversation because the Kings are going to be in the 8th seed, and that's where we're going here with and it all starts tonight in Phoenix. The Kings can finally take care of business and finally get a beam. I feel like the beam might not even work right now. It's been a while, and this is where the Kings get down. Hey, I feel like this is an infomercial when you're watching daytime television. Are you a team that's under 500 and don't know what direction you're going? Then you are a team that the Sacramento Kings can actually beat.
Yeah. I was kind of thinking it was going the other direction of like, do you need a get-right game? Because
no, I'm not doing that, but that also could work.
Do you need a get-right game? Then let us prescribe you with Budenholzer.
Yes.
Budenholzer is the number 1. No, but I mean, both teams are in get-right game situations right now.
That's the problem.
So, so which one are you taking? Are you taking the beam or are you taking Budenholzer?
I'm taking the beam, and by the way, I know you've been checking, Kyle. People are curious. They keep asking me. There is no update on Domantas Sabonis yet.
Yeah, there's no Kings injury report that's out yet. The Phoenix one's been updated thanks to our friend Jason Anderson.
Yeah, I have that up right here. The Suns are listing Cody Martin, sports hernia, and Nick Richards ankle, questionable for tonight's game against the Kings. Grayson Allen, who killed the Kings last season when the Kings blew that 20-point lead, Grayson Allen and Monty Morris are doubtful, so probably no Grayson Allen. Here you go, Kyle. This is from 2 hours ago, by the way. Speaking of the Suns, Bradley Beal felt disrespected by the Suns at times this season, but has been looking at the bigger picture. Here's the quote. "I still have the best job in the world, and I still have my no-trade clause. So I'm smiling every day." That is Bradley Beal in the battle of the trick-offs. Can you win this basketball game?
I saw some people, like the If Man memes with Justin Herbert, where he's like a superhero that they call If Man.
Yeah.
They've started calling Bradley Beal paid time off man, which is just so crazy that's where he's at right now. And the whole reason was like, my family's comfortable and happy in Phoenix and I don't want to move. And everyone's like, yeah, in what world would you be allowed to do that? Only a world where the Wizards gave him a no-trade clause.
I'm looking here the last couple games for the Suns, and like we've kind of talked about, it's been tough in the Western Conference, specifically for the Suns because of their schedule. They are 3-7 their last 10. They've lost 2 in a row. They lost to the Rockets on Wednesday, 111-104. They lost to the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies game, they had a real chance to win that game. That's when there's Cam Spencer. That was Cam Spencer, I believe. Another rookie was talking crazy to Kevin Durant, and you had Desmond Bane get in his face, and they lost that game. Kevin Durant had a chance to win that game, and then they go on to lose to the Rockets. Kevin Durant had 19 and 7. Devin Booker had 19, 4 and 3. Bradley Beal had 25. He's smiling. Tyus Jones had 11, 4 and 4. Bol had 7 points. They lose that game. I'm just curious how. Jalen Green had 29. Again, Jalen Green goes off on everyone besides the Kings. and Dylan Brooks had 19. That's not going to fly. Şengün had 20, and Fred VanVleet did play. That was Wednesday. He had 10. So, and Tari Eason had 15. So just not a lot of defense to be played. They lost to the Rockets. They lost to the Grizzlies. They did beat the G League Mavericks 125-116. They lose to the Nuggets. They beat the Clippers. That was last week. They lose to the Timberwolves. That was the game when no one was playing any type of defense, and Van Gundy was just roasting them. They beat the Pelicans. They lost to the Pelicans. They lost to the Grizzlies. They lost to the Raptors. And if you're curious, yes, Devin Booker and Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal all played.
I remember that because we came back from that weekend and we were like, oh, thank God the Suns blew it. It's keeping the Kings in contention. And then the Suns just lost every game after the All-Star break.
Yeah, that game, just for fun, Kevin Durant had 15, Bradley Beal had 30, Devin Booker had 31, but they just don't play defense. They just play zero defense. As we take a look at the Western Conference right now, the Kings, 2.5 games back of the Clippers, and the Clippers have the tiebreaker. The Kings have lost 3 straight. The Mavericks, a game behind the Kings. And you're worried about them, but at the same time, you got bigger fish to fry if they do catch you. The Timberwolves are mad. I would say probably mad at the Sacramento Kings for last night. They are a half game back of the Warriors. The Rockets still 3 games ahead of the Warriors. The movement at the top, Grizzlies are the 2 seed right now, and the Nuggets are same record, but when you look at the tiebreakers, things like that, you got to assume, as we'll take a look at the schedule here on the other side, you got to assume that the Nuggets got a gift. And that's the only thing I'm holding out hope for, Kyle, in this March gauntlet, is what gifts will the Kings be given? Not that they take advantage of them, just like they didn't with Jalen Brunson being out, but what gifts will be given to who? The Nuggets got a gift, as you're reporting, Kyle, that Luka is probably out tonight.
Luka is out.
Okay, so the Nuggets get a gift. The Kings are getting a gift in itself by playing the Suns. But as we get into the March gauntlet, what gifts will they be given? Because the Kings stink. You don't need your best squad. Celtics, Jason Tatum needs a rest. He almost sat against the Thunder. Giannis needs a rest. These guys, they need breaks. And what better city to give them a break in than the farm to fork capital of the world, the Sacramento Kings and Golden One Center. Just let them chill. You don't need them. It's just the Kings.
Yeah, you're fine.
It's just the Kings.
It doesn't. The Kings are missing 2 people anyways. You're going to be fine.
We are continuing to monitor the Domantas Sabonis situation. Let's look at the rest of the schedule for tonight. Who is in action and what the Kings have to do to get this W out there at Club Phoenix. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
Tonight, Kings and Suns. Game night with Scott Marsh and the high flyer Henry Turner starts at 5:30. Tip-off at 7.
The Kings play here on Sacktown Sports.
Sacktown Sports, 1140.
Spring is in the air, and there's really nothing better than hitting the open road in a new Honda. Whether you're shopping for new or pre-owned, Stockton Honda has the selection and savings. Plus, get top dollar for your trade. And while life's roads are often filled with bumps, buying from Stockton Honda couldn't be smoother. Wherever the road you travel might lead, Stockton Honda is happy to get you there. Come in today or go to StocktonHonda.com.
Anytime, anywhere, it's all here.
Meanwhile at Xfinity. Okay, huddle up. Do you realize how many fans stream basketball? It's madness.
But real fans stream with Xfinity Internet.
Totally. We've engineered the fastest connection.
With reduced buffering and low lag.
'Cause making streaming better is what we do!
Yeah!
Yeah!
Can we let go now? It's really not a huddle with 2 people.
Switch to Xfinity Internet and stream live sports from the best seat in the house. Bring on the good stuff. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speed vary, not guaranteed.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Who else is in action tonight as the Kings look to snap their 3-game losing streak? And it just it does feel like a 3-game losing streak, but just kind of burns. And I was talking to Jason Ross before we started crosstalk, because you get one of those games, Nuggets, Clippers, and it wouldn't feel as bad, right? There's no nugget to hang on to right now. Oh, well, at least the Kings ... There's nothing right now. At least the Kings, at least the Kings almost beat the Clippers. At least the Kings almost beat the Nuggets. I mean, we're better than that. At least I think we are. What is on the docket today around the NBA? Cavs at Grizzlies. That's going to be a good one, Kyle. I think that I have no clue if Ja's playing or not, naturally, but a little showdown between Ja and Donovan Mitchell could happen. Clippers, are we still doing this or are we done? Clippers at Hawks. Are we hate watching? Come on, Hawks.
It depends on how you as the viewer feel about the Kings.
Because I feel like there's enough problems going on in the Kings' own backyard that I don't even – what's the point of watching the Clippers lose if the Kings can't win a dang basketball game?
I think we're still rooting for the Clippers to lose because, again, the whole season's going to come down to one game against the Clippers, whether that's at Intuit Dome or at at Golden One Center. Yeah. We don't want the Clippers to be good. By the way, John Morant playing, but Jaren Jackson Jr. out.
Okay, well, your Cavs again haven't lost since 2022. Magic at Timberwolves. So that's out there in Minnesota. I wanted to be right on the Magic taking that leap. I like the Magic. I like the fact that their defense first, but they struggled with a ton of injuries and just haven't got back on track. As far as whether or not they're finding their groove, we'll see what happens tonight. And just kind of paying attention because the Timberwolves aren't far away and what happens with that 6th seed, but it feels because the Timberwolves play defense too, right? Yeah. So that's one thing. If you get into a rock fight and you're not really, you have pebbles and the other team has stones, it's a little bit different. The Timberwolves, we can also defend you and you're not good at offense. So I feel like the Timberwolves will take care of business.
The Minnesota Timberwolves are very interesting because people want to make fun of Rudy Gobert, and for obvious reasons. There are very specific situations where Rudy Gobert has been flat out embarrassed in the past. Like last year, people already forget that last year in Minnesota, they switched Luka onto Rudy Gobert. He hit a step-back buzzer beater on him in the Western Conference Finals and called him a bad word to his face. Mm-hmm. But over a full season, he's so good at defense that you're always going to be a top 5 defense just by having him at the center of everything you're doing. Yeah. So he is a great regular season center, and I trust that Minnesota against a Magic team that has, as you said, no shooting and limited offensive capabilities is going to struggle to score points against a very good Minnesota defense.
Yeah, I mean, I love Franz Wagner and I love Paolo Banchero. Paolo Banchero, his jump shot will come and go as it pleases. But so you're really just focused on Franz Wagner. And the Timberwolves, they have a couple guys that they can at least slow him down with. Also around, I mean, here's a barn burner. Kyle, we got to look up on the tickets.com, whatever it is. I won't give free plug there, but Hornets at Spurs. Let's have some fun. We have Hornets at Spurs, okay? And we have Raptors at Jazz. I'm trying to figure out which ticket we got to get the ticket price, and we have to get which one is cheaper. I think I know which one is cheaper, but
what was the second game?
Raptors at Jazz.
Okay. All right. I have the answer here. We're going to do fees included here.
Okay.
So
I would say
you just want the cheapest ticket to get in the door?
First of all, let me guess which one is cheaper out of both of them.
This is for the cheapest ticket to get in the door.
So I'm guessing Raptors at Jazz is cheaper.
Raptors at Jazz is cheaper.
And as far as the price with fees, Can you give me $10.50?
$8.
Oh my. With fees.
With fees. You can get a ticket for $8. You can get 2 tickets for $16 to Raptors and Jazz tonight.
That's why they're getting fined.
That's partially why they're getting fined.
That's atrocious. What? Let me guess. Hornets, Spurs. I again, LaMelo's another guy. Don't know when he plays. Don't know when he doesn't play. I'm gonna assume LaMelo's playing because this is a game that the Hornets could actually win, and I'm going to say those tickets out there on the beautiful River Walk. Give me $8 for Raptors Jazz. Give me 12. Give me $12.
You're looking at $14.
Oh my goodness. Don't spend it all in one place.
I think if it were in Charlotte, that might have been cheaper than San Antonio.
LaMelo's playing?
They have no one listed on the injury report, so I assume LaMelo is playing.
There you go. Also around the NBA, we discussed that Lakers at Nuggets game. No Luka, no LeBron. If you're the Nuggets, I mean, you can't mess around, but hopefully Jokic doesn't have to play that fourth quarter if you are the Nuggets.
All right, so let's flip the game up. What do you think the spread is for that game? Assuming no Aaron Gordon. I mean, maybe he's playing, but he hasn't played in like 10
Don't
games.
play him today.
Yeah. What
the
do you
spread for that game with no Luka, no LeBron in Denver? I would say that spread. I'm not going to go too crazy. I'm going to say 8.5.
15.
Oh,
15
mama.
points. Nuggets.
I know Austin Reeves. People were worried about Austin Reeves, but then he played a game or so later. Maybe do you just cook that game if you're the Lakers? Just give everyone some rest?
I mean, that's kind of what they're doing, right?
Yeah.
Without LeBron, without Luka.
15.
Yeah. I mean, here's what the starting lineup, if I'm doing this off the top of my head, I think the starting lineup is going to be...
Because Jackson Hayes has been dinged up too.
Yeah. I should just pull up the whole injury report.
Rui, Reeves. I guarantee you one of those guys aren't playing either.
Yeah, wow, there's a lot. Yeah, Rui is not playing. He's been sent back to Los Angeles. Maxi Kleber's still out. No Jackson Hayes, no Luka. Oh, wow, Gabe Vincent is also doubtful. Wow. Dorian Finney-Smith is also doubtful.
The Lakers said, we embarrass you. We want that to be the last thing you remember as far as us playing. I like it.
Wow.
I actually think it's smart.
All right, I'm just going to guess here at what this starting lineup is going to look like. I think we're looking at tonight Austin Reeves at the point, Shake Milton at the shooting guard. Then we have Dalton Connect, Jared Vanderbilt, and Alex Len.
My boy Dalton going off for 20. Book it. And last but not least, you have the Mavericks taking on the Rockets. Now, again, I guess we're paying attention to the Mavericks, seeing where they fall, just in case the Kings don't win. If the Kings don't win tonight, then the Suns gain a game on everyone if the Mavericks also lose to the Rockets. And you got to think if you're the Rockets, you're licking your chops because you're trying to avoid getting caught by the Warriors or the Timberwolves. So it feels like the Rockets will take care of business.
They have no centers tonight. They literally do not have a single center active because Kai Jones is also out for the Mavericks.
It's just incredible.
Let's see, who did they even play? Oh my God. Okay, I just found this out on the fly. Do you want to guess who started at center for the Mavericks in their game against the Spurs on Wednesday?
So I'm assuming it's not Kessler Edwards.
No, it's Kessler Edwards. They started Kessler.
No, they've been doing that though.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. He had 20 before the All-Star break.
He had 15 against the Spurs.
Yeah.
But De'Aaron had 32, 11, and 9, and then said, I'm good, guys. I had that one game. I'm good.
So there are some, look, you win this game tonight, and I know, I'm not trying to give anybody false hope here, but you win this game tonight, you still have to take care of business on some level and win the games you're supposed to win. And it's funny enough, we'll take a look at what Vegas has to say about who is supposed to win tonight. And Domantas Sabonis still trying to figure out whether he will be playing. But you win tonight, Rockets beat the Mavericks, you can feel pretty darn comfortable in that 9 seed. And I think that's where we're all at. I think that's the realistic thing. Yes, we can talk about how this team isn't going anywhere, but we will have all summer to talk about that for sure. Right now, beat the Suns, get back on the winning side of things. Hopefully the Rockets take care of business against the Mavericks. We feel like they will, and you can be in a pretty good spot before. Give yourself a little bit of cushion heading into the rest of the March gauntlet. When we return, we continue breaking down the Kings and Suns and what the Kings have to do from a matchup perspective to beat that team out there in Phoenix. Allen Stiles, Sactown Sports.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Elk Grove Honda. I'm Tamara Berg in the KCRA 3 Weather Center. After a pretty wet start to your Friday, we'll still see some lingering showers on and off again for the afternoon, maybe an isolated thunderstorm as well. It's going to stay cool with highs today in the lower 50s. Skies will clear out overnight, and we're dry heading into Saturday. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
At Elk Grove Honda, we've acquired some of the best pre-owned cars we can find. Whether you purchase a new Honda or a like-new pre-owned Honda, Elk Grove Honda has the right Honda at the right price. In the Elk Grove Auto Mall, Highway 99 and Elk Grove Boulevard, or elkgrovehonda.com.
I gotta get an Elk Grove Honda.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Nia.
Hi, Nia. It's Jennifer. Did you know that Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, I work here.
Okay. I was just double checking. Get it?
Because Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, you get me, Nia.
Well, you could say that I double get you.
I guess we've taken it too far.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Power Business Technology is proud to be a 100% independent, locally owned and managed Toshiba copier dealer. Local ownership cuts out the red tape, allowing ourselves to never be too busy to personally answer the call when our clients need us. Recognized for excellence in service execution, training, and customer service, we're proud to be named a Toshiba ProMasters Elite Dealer since 2021. Contact us today for all your business printing needs at 844-POWER-BZ. That's 844-769-3729, or visit us at powercopiers.com.
Whitey here reminding you that not all grills are created equal. When buying a new grill, every detail matters. For March, grab a $149 gift with purchase of every new Napoleon Prestige stainless steel grill, including a pizza lover starter kit and much more. More March savings include up to $79 off Rogue models. Napoleon grills are built different, built better, built to last, with a lifetime warranty and premium stainless steel that boasts quality. See how Napoleon will help you achieve the perfect grilling experience. Visit Green Acres Nursery today with your best selection of Napoleon grills and accessories.
Sacramento's premier country music festival, Country in the Park, is coming back May 16th and 17th at Cal Expo with Bailey Zimmerman, Billy Currington, Cole Wetzel, Nate Smith, and more. You'll enjoy food trucks, rock walls, and a mechanical bull, line dancing, and more. Single-day GA tickets start at $52 at CITPFest.com. Country in the Park, May 16th and 17th with Paul Mitchell, The School, Sacramento, and Stoney's Rockin' Rodeo. Find out more at CITPFest.com.
I feel so alone.
I'm embarrassed to talk about it.
How can I help my kid if I can't help myself?
I can't remember when I wasn't stressed.
I don't want to.
When you feel overwhelmed by your thoughts and emotions, it's okay to get help. You are not alone. CalHope is here for you with free, safe, and confidential mental health resources for youth, young adults, families, and you. Find support now at calhope.org.
What's up? We're talking to Chad Hoblet of Hoblet Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Woodland. Well, it's the Ram Truck Month Sales Event, and I know that means discounts.
Right now, you can save up to $17,500 off MSRP on new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn Crew Cab 4x4s. And we don't just have a few Rams. We have Northern California's biggest selection, with over 500 new Rams available.
It's the big city savings with the small town customer service.
Exactly. When you shop at Hoblet, you become part of the family. Plus, we don't just have big savings on Ram trucks. We have almost 200 vehicles at the Hoblet Certified Pre-Owned Supercenter and over 30 under $20,000. $1,000.
Search, select, and save through their whole inventory at HoblettDodge.com. Unbeatable prices, unbeatable selection. Nobody beats Hoblet, period.
17,500 total net savings after 10,500 factor rebates and 7,000 dealer discounts. Rebates include 2,000 Chrysler Capital bonus cash. Must finance through Chrysler Capital. 1,500 National Conquest dealer cash. Must currently own or lease a Ford, Chevy, or GMC brand vehicle. And 500 on-the-job upfit. Must show 500 plus eligible upfit. 5 of this net savings. Simple VIN 684-262. See dealer for details.
Allen Stiles
You can join the show by texting 916-339-1140
on Sacktown Sports.
So we're not going to spend a ton of time on this, but we've seen this creeping in, and we're going to do more time on it. The more the Kings win or the more the Kings lose, because I've been seeing some texts come in throughout this week, and obviously it's been a tough week for Kings fans, on hey, let's just tank. There's somebody who just chimed in from the 916. Apathy has set in. I feel like the most responsible way to fan at this point is to hope they completely collapse, to maintain a lottery pick and rattle cages within the organization. To me, the worst outcome is the org pats themselves on the back and doubles down on this insane roster construction just because they made the play-in tournament. Again, no chance they get out of the play-in. 0. That's from the 916. So, Kyle, you and I were talking about it kind of during the break, just to refresh everyone's memories. And we're going to do this time and time again the closer we get to the end of the season. So, basically, where the Kings need to finish, or how things change as far as the Atlanta Hawks getting the pick or the Kings getting the pick, 9 and 10 does make a difference. So it's kind of hard to give you an exact, it's literally the lottery, but it's kind of hard to give you an exact guess depending on where they finish.
Yeah, so I'm sure you have a frustrated Kings fan who is your friend, possibly, who's talking about they have to just bottom out to keep their first-round pick.
Right.
So the reason they say that is because the pick they owe to Atlanta from the Kevin Huerter trade goes to Atlanta if it's anywhere from 13 to 30.
Right.
So if the Kings make the playoffs, the pick's not going to be in the lottery. It goes to Atlanta.
Exactly.
If they make the playoffs, 100% chance the pick goes to Atlanta. If they end up in the 9 or 10, they would get either the 13th or 14th best odds in the lottery.
Right.
Now, in that situation, obviously, if they end up 13 or 14, which is very likely, the pick goes to Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
But if they end up 11th in the Western Conference, they would be 12, at which point there's a very, very, very good chance they keep their pick. The only way they wouldn't is if the Suns or the Mavericks win the lottery and jump them, which again is super low chance that happens. But basically,
it's also a low chance that they end up 11th. And that to 916's point, I just hope they keep losing. But it would be really hard to get 11.
Yes. As we outlined earlier today, there's a 1.8% chance the Kings fall completely out of the play-in altogether. Right. So there's almost no chance that's going to happen. The only path it would be is if they lose tonight to the Suns and lose to the Suns at the end of the season. But if they win tonight, there is virtually no path to falling to the 11 seed.
And now it just becomes the conversation of the chances between the 9 and the 10 of the pick being earlier than that 12th pick.
Yes, and the only way that could happen is if they win the lottery, which is they get pulled somewhere in the top 4. It doesn't even have to be number 1, just somewhere in the top 4, which if they end up as the 9 seed, so like say they win the 9-10 game and then they lose the next one, exactly like they did last year.
Yes.
They would end up with the 14 pick. or the 14th best odds, which means they would have a 2.4% chance of winning the lottery
and keeping
the pick. So again, super small chance. If they end up 13, those odds basically double. You get 4.8% chance.
Yeah.
So yeah, your odds basically double if you end up losing the 9-10 game. But again, we're talking about the difference between 2.4% and 4.8%. Both are very unlikely outcomes.
Thank you, Kyle. And like we said, we'll continue to break that down. Great stuff as we get closer. But hopefully we're talking about going to the playoffs, right? 4% for Schmercent. Okay? We're talking about going to the playoffs. It all starts tonight. It all starts tonight against the Phoenix Suns. And that's what we're going to need, Doug. That's what we're going to need. I don't know, Kyle, as we take a look at the odds, still haven't, we're just using context clues here because we still haven't heard about Domas, which
finally 20 seconds ago, Jason Anderson finally got us the update.
When it breaks,
we have it first.
It's Sacktown Sports.
According to Jason Anderson, the Sacramento Bee, Domantas Sabonis and Trey Lyles are questionable for tonight's game against the Phoenix Suns.
We already knew that.
No, we didn't. There was no injury report. They're both questionable.
I guess that is better than them being out. So
Trey
Lyles is on the injury report even though he played yesterday.
Yes, but it's a different injury for Trey Lyles.
Come on. Man.
It is his back that he is listed.
Can you read those percentages again?
4.8%. So yesterday it was lower leg for Trey Lyles. Today it's back that Trey Lyles is listed as questionable for.
Awesome. Okay.
At least we have something. Before it was just like
not awesome.
Yeah, before we had nothing.
Yep. Well, there is the update for your Sacramento Kings taking on the Phoenix Suns. And I'm just, for the sake of the drill, going to assume that Domas is not playing. And I will say that if Nick Richards doesn't play for the Suns, Jonas Valanciunas, regardless of whether Domas plays or not, Nick Richards is questionable for the Suns. So Valanciunas or Sabonis should eat there. The Kings, wow. And now I see what you're talking about, Kyle. So the Kings right now, 3-point underdogs. Now they are coming off a road back-to-back. They got in, after the Warriors game, road back-to-back. They are 3-point underdogs against the lowly Phoenix Suns, and I don't really even blame Vegas the way things are going right now. Sometimes this goes deeper than the records because even though and how you're playing, it's just I don't know Vegas when in doubt. Well, they still have Kevin Durant and Devin Booker, and the Kings might be missing Sabonis. So there you go.
I mean, you mentioned the 3. I've also seen different books. There's the website that gives you like all the. Some places have gone up to 3.5 and 4, which leads me to think that they're leaning towards Sabonis not playing if that number is creeping up.
So we're still trying to find out what the situation is. Either way, I mean that's where I'm at with this thing. And going back to last week, I've just learned throughout my years that you can never assume health. And when someone says to me, or just in general, well, that was a really good game and they were missing Domantas Sabonis and Malik Monk. Yeah, but the way you're saying that kind of assumes that these guys are going to be back next game, right? You still have to win games when you're missing players because you don't know when they're coming back. And you can't just lose all those games. So last week, when we had no clue what was going on with Malik or Sabonis, they almost beat Denver without Sabonis and Malik. You're not wrong, but they didn't. And we don't know when Sabonis is coming back. You're assuming that it's not going to take very long. Because if the reason it's different is because somebody that is out for the season, right? You don't do that anymore because you know they're not coming back. The Spurs, they play a close game against a good team. They're not going to say, well, look what they did And they did that without Wemby. You're not going to say that because they're not getting Wemby back for the rest of the season. When someone isn't it isn't known that this person's out for a period of time, because even if it was a long period of time, you don't do it, right? It's when you don't know. And as fans, the best thing to do, the easiest thing to do is just to assume that they're going to be back soon. And when honestly, you should be assuming the opposite. Because that's what I do. They're out. Oh, they're out another game. Okay, well, I cannot look at the game that they're playing and say, look what they did, unless I know for a fact that player is coming back next game. And Sabonis might come back tonight, but they've lost every game that he hasn't played in, or what? Didn't they win? They won the Rockets game, and was there another one they won? No.
Yeah, since Sabonis has been out,
they won the Rockets. Oh yeah, the Mavericks.
Well, and they won San Antonio last week.
San Antonio.
They're 3-4 without Sabonis at this point. Which, if
Rockets, Mavericks,
Spurs.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and then they lost Denver, Clippers, Knicks, Warriors. And with Sabonis, what I think is interesting, though, is you say, like, when you're out for an extensive period of time like Wemby, you don't look at that as saying, oh, you got that win because that person's not coming back. I get that. But with Sabonis, this 8-game stretch, and it doesn't feel like 8 games, but this now 8-game stretch is the longest stretch of his Sacramento Kings tenure that he's missed games. So, like, when we're talking about Sabonis and the construct of this team, this is as extensive of an absence as you're going to find.
Yeah.
Because Domantas Sabonis has only missed like 5 games in the last 3 seasons and has just been a super staple of everything the Kings are doing. So I would argue that even though it feels like it's week to week or game to game, this has been a really long stretch they've had to improvise and adapt without Sabonis, which sucks because, as you've mentioned all week, like, they're essentially in November without a training camp, and now you've taken away Sabonis for the longest stretch of his career.
Whitey Gleason joins us. Got one more segment with you, a little bit of crosstalk, dog segment, and prop talk. Allen Stiles, Sacktown Sports.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
What if your limited inventory had unlimited potential? What if your biggest risk was not taking one? What if you could make every move matter? Bank of America's business solutions can help bring your biggest what-ifs within reach. Find out how our digital tools, cutting-edge insights, and trusted expertise can work for your business. What would you like the power to do? Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up, brush teeth, go to work. But with breakfast from Wendy's, it's like, wake up, brush teeth, Baconate with a breakfast Baconator. Roll with the sausage breakfast burrito. Buddy it up with a honey buddy. Or get seasoned with seasoned potatoes. And then go to work. Sorry. When you're ready for a fresh wake-up call, gotta be Wendy's.
At participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 18 years of age and older that are residents of California and who reside in one of the 6 counties that make up the Sacramento metro area, unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contest are not eligible to win, unless the station otherwise specifies in its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 30 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. For a copy of the general contest rules, visit khdk.com.
Spring is in the air, and that means gigantic savings for all your oil change needs at Jiffy Lube today. Get a $25 gift card with the purchase of any Pennzoil Platinum full synthetic oil change through May 31st at your local Jiffy Lube service center in the greater Sacramento areas. And don't forget about the additional $30 off online coupon at jiffylube.com. Terms apply. Valid email address required. See pennzoil.com/rewards for details. Jiffy Lube, huge spring savings for you today.
We rely heavily on our HVAC systems during the cold valley winters and hot valley summers. That's why there are so many HVAC companies out there. So when you need a new system or a tune-up, where do you turn? I turned to Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating. Once our heater checked out, we checked in at leesair.com. The entire experience exceeded our high expectations. You want prompt service from people who know what they're doing, can save you money, and will treat you right? For your HVAC needs, Lee's Air Plumbing and Heating, on the web at leesair.com. Ask about their $99 HVAC tune-up service, license number 635355.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
Why pay more for prescriptions? Stop overpaying and start saving with SingleCare. It's easy. Find your prescription on singlecare.com, show the coupon at the pharmacy, and start saving. SingleCare works at pharmacies nationwide and is completely free to use, whether you have insurance or not. So the next time you fill a prescription, check SingleCare to make sure you're getting the best price. Take control of your prescription costs. Go to singlecare.com or download the free app today.
Our rivers are a part of Sacramento that we can all take pride in, but just one piece of litter can ruin the picture. Allen Stiles here from Sacktown Sports. Let's keep our community beautiful and make Sacramento litter-free. Learn how at BeRiverFriendly.net.
Allen Stiles. Watch the show on youtube.com/Sacktown Sports 1140.
Or listen on the Sacktown Sports app.
Allen Stiles Show and listen to him talk about what he played ball and listen to him argue.
I didn't know.
With Kyle Ledbetter.
I didn't know if your mic was on or not, but it's on.
Yeah.
Whitey, where are you at with this team? Were you
Which
even
team is that, Alan?
Were you even sad yesterday?
Yeah, I was just disappointed.
Yeah.
I'm not sad. I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
I was disappointed after the Knicks, so I don't know where to go from here.
The play where Zach LaVine kind of kicks the
my.
ball, dribbles it
Yeah.
off his foot, and I don't know, maybe I'm trying to think, how would you do that? Maybe he thought, oh, it's a kickball, so it's going to be whistled dead, and I know I saw what you tweeted about it. And then to see him just kind of, and then who was it?
Buddy. It was
Buddy. And I was like, oh my goodness. What are we doing?
Yeah, it was Buddy, all right. And tonight,
Buddy buckets.
Yeah, and tonight taking on the Suns, who might be the only team with worse vibes than the Kings right now, but Vegas doesn't think so. Vegas, and you can find them anywhere to 3-point favorites to 4-point favorites. So that's how they feel about it. Maybe that's more about whether or not Sabonis will play. And to me, and we've kind of changed our expectations, hold on to the 9. You know, we'll get, and I was joking with Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross, you know, when people will either say to us or just in general, we know what this team is. Yes, we all do. Right. But they still have a whole month of basketball to play. And
I don't know what they are.
You know, I mean, we know they're not good enough. We know that. We know they're not winning. They're not winning the whole thing. We know that.
It would seem that way.
What, you're going to go? We can't talk about it, but go have a friend, put a flyer on the – what are the odds right now? $1 gets you what? Go to Reno right now, Kings to win the whole shebang-a-bang. $1 gets you what? Whitey, don't do that.
No, I agree with you, but you never can say for sure.
Whitey.
You can never say for sure. And I'm not trying to say, oh, no, I like their chances.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, you never know for sure. It sure looks that way, Alan.
You have 500 to 1 odds.
$1 for 500.
Yes.
And you're telling me there's a chance.
Wow.
There is. They have the same odds presently as other teams with the same Orlando Magic, Miami Heat, and Phoenix Suns.
Can I just tell you how off kilter the Suns are right now, how bad they're, or how disconnected they are? You saw Plumlee and Steven Adams get into it a couple of days ago.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And they got tangled up.
And they just
Steven Adams starts driving him into the backcourt. So, you know, there's a scrum there and players are coming over. Bull was at that end with the ball and he was taking practice shots while that was going on.
I saw that. That was so funny.
I've never seen that before in my life.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Have you guys heard of the thing people are saying about the Cavalanche for Cleveland? where like
Sorry, the what?
the Cavalanche, where like they'll have like a 4-minute stretch where they'll go on like a 14-0 run, and this happens like every other game. Phoenix is like the opposite of the Cavalanche, where it's like they're going fine, 16-0 run.
Yeah.
We're doing fine, 18-0 run.
There will be a point, just based on the numbers here. One of these teams will be down 15 to 20 points. It could be both of them. At one point, it could be, but one of them will be down 15, 20 points. I don't know what to do with that.
You just think it's chaos. That's what this game.
One of them will be. There will be a 20-point deficit. The game that Dave and they play on the morning show. I don't even know if that's a weird stat, but somebody gonna be down 20 points.
Mm-hmm. I just know that after the Knicks game, I said, "Look, I get it. They were very road weary." But if it happens again, we got a problem. Well, it happened again, so we got a problem. So that's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah, and did you catch what Doug said? And we weren't trying to. We were nitpicking, but not about Doug making excuses. But I thought it was interesting that he is now to the point where we understand where coaches do the coach thing and they stay away from the circumstance, right? There are other times when they'll talk about the circumstance and then immediately say, but I'm not making excuses. And Doug, and if I'm not mistaken, one of the first times he says, I'm talking to Van Gundy, and he says, this is something that a team would deal with in 5 years, let alone, I think he said 70 days. It was very specific, 70 days. And he said something that I'm dealing with. And then it was, but I won't make excuses and yada, yada, yada. And I thought it was interesting because Kyle and I were joking just as far as that's something you got in your back pocket, Doug. You sure you want to use that now? Because you still got the Cavs, the Bucks, the Celtics. So I thought it was at the very least interesting that
he was asked about that. It was he had a question that led right into that.
Right.
You know, the one card talk about things in his back pocket that I don't think he's played, at least publicly, is the tongue lashing. And maybe he said last night he got after him about the poor rotations. But I was thinking about that at some point, if you're the coach, like if they're not responding, I mean, he hasn't done that yet, right? Maybe he won't, but calling out his team.
Well, I also think that is an interesting transition when you have an interim head coach where a lot of the comparisons to an interim head coach, substitute teacher, the cool uncle, people that don't normally reprimand you, and you start thinking, not that you're on the same level, it's not a respect thing, but I'm not necessarily used to you getting at me like this. It could even be you're at a job and someone that you came in with ends up getting a promotion, and now it's I have to listen. It's just different.
Yeah.
So it's probably tougher to navigate. And they already have 2 coaches on the book. So there's a good chance that it'll be different maybe going into next season.
I remember hearing to that point, Alan, about John Elway and Mike Shanahan, Kyle's dad. They were really close. But then when Mike became the head coach, it just changed.
Yeah.
Not that they hated each other, but the whole relationship took on a whole nother dynamic that changed that.
Yeah, well, they're going to have to be dynamic and figure out something tonight in Phoenix. I'm telling you, man. I said that they would win one of these.
You didn't. You said tonight would be the one.
And I did say tonight would be the one.
Yeah.
But then I watched the game last night, and all I know is there will be a 20-point deficit. I just don't know from who and by who. All right, Kyle, let's get it. The prop talk. that right there was like the Kings rotations.
Well, the board doesn't know what to do until you give it its command.
Well, we're commanding all right. Kyle, do you have someone locked and loaded right now? Because I don't even know, man.
Yeah, this is just going to be a weird game. Hey, Zach LaVine, he only took 6 shots in the last game.
That's a great call.
So I'm looking at it right now. The points are at 21. The points, rebounds, and assists is 29.5.
6 points and doing his best Cam Newton in the Super Bowl impression.
Yeah, also that. So, yeah, I mean, all these players are tired, so Zach didn't do much last night. Maybe Zach's the guy who's gonna have a big game. So I'll go with the 29.5 points, rebounds, assists for Zach number. So that'll be my play.
I like that. I'm gonna go with Malik Monk, 5.5 assists, couple of turnovers.
Oh, you've given up?
Well, they raised it. He's at 17.5.
It's going on the banned list now.
Funny enough, he's at 17.5 when he had 7 points. So I don't know why that is, but I don't love Malik at 17.5. I do like 5.5 assists because the Suns don't play defense. So that's where I'm going for my prop talk.
I like that.
And Kyle, did you take Levine's points?
I'm going to do points, rebounds, assists combined.
Oh, no.
29.5.
You better have a good game.
Zach can dish it out.
I'm going double Devins. I'm going Devin Carter assists. I'm going Devin Booker points. And I don't even know what the numbers are, but
there is no Devin Carter number.
There's no Devin. Oh,
not
man.
on you. Well, maybe on a different one, but not here.
Yeah, you got to go to another country for that.
All right.
You said Devin Booker assists?
Points.
Oh, no. Whitey, really?
Yes.
Devin Booker points. Whitey is taking,
what is it, like 33 or something?
26.5.
Oh, okay.
That is a lot of points.
Yeah, that is
like
exactly what he's averaging this season.
That is a lot of points. All right.
That is his exact average.
It's time to at least hopefully see one dog tonight. Who let the dogs out? We almost got rid of this segment after yesterday, but
speak for yourself. My dog Keon Ellis killed it. 18 points.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, speak for yourself.
There's
Keon
no
Ellis
dogs.
was great.
No, there are no dogs. I'm gonna go.
It was not a very canine effort.
Yeah, I'll just go with.
Dog is ugly.
I'm just gonna go with Keegan Murray, please.
There you go.
Please, Keegan.
What's up, Vancouver?
Hi, Keegan. Hi, Kyle.
What's up, Sacramento?
Why is he? Wait, are these? Why does he? Is this just how he starts?
What's up, Vancouver?
How many cities has he done this in?
What's up, Sacramento?
Yeah, for some reason they always chose him to be the person to go out and introduce the crowd at the start of the season, and for some reason that's the only drops we have of Keegan.
Who do you have tonight, Kyle? Who's your dog?
I'm gonna go with our guy Laravia tonight.
Okay,
let's go.
All right.
I believe in what was your nickname for him, Whitey?
Saudi Laravia.
Yes, I believe that he's in the Valley of the Sun tonight, so it's going to be a big night for our buddy Jake Laravia. Not going to be starting, but I anticipate he might play some closing minutes, possibly.
There you go.
Starting
I like
Kevin
that.
Durant.
He's flying up my list, Whitey. Someone compared him to a kind of a summer fling because we know he's probably gone.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Yeah,
I think 4-year, $23 million contract.
Yeah, there you go. Peg says on the Sac chat, hit me with the Malik Monk sounder. Peg has Malik Monk. There you go. Manny Too Legit says, have a good weekend. Styles and Kyle, I have Keegan Murray in a bounce back game.
What's up, Vancouver?
And Whitey Gleason, who do you have?
I don't have a player, but I have a story for you talking about going out and talking to people.
Mm-hmm.
When I was in high school, Hogan High, we played Elk Grove High in the Bill Cartwright tournament, and we played them on the Friday night. There was a big student rally. Coach Stevenson asked me to go up and talk, and I did, and I said, I want to thank everybody for having us and the families for housing us, and I want y'all to come out tonight. This was in their school, and I said, come out tonight and watch us round up the thundering herd. And people were throwing stuff at me out as I walked back. I remember seeing there's a pin flying by me.
Wow.
Coach Stevenson said, oh, yeah, great job. And we destroyed them.
There you go. You nailed it, and you're about to nail the next how many hours?
3.5.
3.5 hours. Don't go anywhere. Drive Guys up next. Whitey Gleason, Kyle Draper, Jay Johnson. Thank you for listening to the Allen Stiles Show. Great job, Kyle, as always. Everyone, have a great weekend. Great job, Kyle, all week, I should say. Thank you to the callers, texters, Sac chatters. Avoid the rain. I hate the rain. I hate the snow. But I do love a Friday beam. Let's get it. Secure the bag. Like the beam.
What's up, Vancouver?
Gotta go.
Mornings can start feeling the same. Wake up,